Oh, hey, apparently I'm back. All right, sorry about that, guys. So I was reading the Kali stuff. So first of all, we had somebody follow. So June Pyle, thank you very much for that follow. Let me jump back to the... All right, awesome. Thank you. This is probably going to suck for the YouTube stuff, but anyways. So I'm just going to repeat a little bit of what I said before. Sorry if I covered this before, but this is an actual... So Kali is an actual Linux distribution that you can get if you want. There's a reference to it inside of the game. So this is a real-world website that the game has linked me to. The Social Engineer Toolkit is an open-source penetration testing framework designed for social engineering. SET has a number of custom attack vectors that allow you to make a believable attack in a fraction of time. There's a GitHub here, SET homepage, Kali SET repo, author David Kennedy, Trusted Sec, LLC. I think that's the group that runs Kali. I'm not 100% sure. Social Engineering Toolkit SET, created by David Kennedy, Relic, version 779, codename Blackout. Follow us on Twitter. Follow him on Twitter. This homepage, welcome to the Social Engineers Toolkit SET, the one-stop shop for all of your SE needs. Join us on irc.freenode.net in the channel's SET Toolkit. The Social Engineer Toolkit is a product of Trusted Sec. Visit trustedsec.com. It's easy to update using the Pen Testers Framework, PTF. Visit https://github.com/trustedsec/PTF to update all your tools. Select from the menu, Social Engineering Attacks, Penetration Testing, Fast Attack, Third-Party Modules, Update the Social Engineer Toolkit, Update SET Configuration, Help, Credits, and About, 99, Exit the... Okay, so this is just kind of like an example, I suppose. SET How-To. I'll get that. All right, how to spearfish with the Social Engineering Toolkit SET in Backtrack. Again, this is something that... So I have I suspect it would never be on a press release, but I have to imagine that this, or a variation of this, has been presented to something like the CSE as a way of sort of gamifying training. Because this seems a little bit too... like this definitely feels like an attention to detail that goes above and beyond. But they do also do alternate reality games, so maybe they're just really committed to this. Either way, it's really cool. So welcome back, my rookie hackers. Many newbie hackers focus on the technical aspects of hacking and fail to give enough attention to social engineering. In fact, I would say that technical hacks should only be attempted as social engineering attacks fail. Why bother spending hours or days trying to hack a password if someone will simply give it to you? Social engineering is the act of getting people to give you the information that you seek, usually by gaining their trust. The trust may be gained by posing as someone in authority, a colleague, or just someone who needs help. You know, I bet I can zoom. No, it's going to force the... Well, we'll at least get rid of some of the white space. That should make it a little bit readable, more readable for everyone. Some of the best hackers in history, including Kevin Mitnick, have been great social engineers. Backtrack is a tool to help assist and automate social engineering attacks called SET, or the Social Engineering Toolkit. Backtrack, by the way, is the old version of Kali, so Kali is a rebuild of Backtrack. I'm pretty sure it was Backtrack. SET was developed by David Kennedy and simplifies a number of social engineering attacks such as phishing, spear phishing, malicious USBs, etc. Furthermore, it has been integrated with Metasploit so that you can use Metasploit exploits and payloads in our social engineering attacks. The current version of the Social Engineering Toolkit includes the following types of attacks: spear phishing, websites, malicious USBs. So let's fire up our Backtrack and explore the Social Engineering Toolkit. Open SET. To start using the Social Engineering Toolkit, go to Backtrack and then Exploitation Tools, then Social Engineering Tools, and then the Social Engineering Toolkit, and click on SET. Pick your type. This should open the main menu for the Social Engineering Toolkit. Note that this offers spear phishing attack, website attacks, infectious media generator, create a payload and a listener, mass mailer attack, Arduino-based vector attack, SMS spoofing attack, wireless access points, and many others. In this tutorial, we'll be focusing on creating a spear phishing attack. For those of you not familiar with this terminology, a phishing attack is an email attack with a broad net in an attempt to try and pick up a few random victims. A spear phishing attack is similar, except that it attacks one or a few individuals. In other words, it's a targeted social engineering attack, hence the spear. Spearfish. Now let's select number 1 from the menu and begin our spear phishing attack. When we do, we'll be greeted with the screen below. The spear phishing module allows you to specifically craft email messages and send them to a large or small number of people with an attached file format and malicious payloads. If you want to spoof your email address, be sure SendMail is installed. It is installed in BT4, and change the set config SendMail off flag to SendMail on. There are two options. One is getting your feet wet and letting set do everything for you, option 1. The second is to create your own file format payload and use it in your own attack. Either way, good luck and enjoy. It explains what the spear phishing attack is and asks us how we want to go about our attack. We can choose a mass mail attack, file format payload, social engineering template. Let's select the file format attack. Type the number 2 and press enter. Obviously, we're not using backtrack, so I suspect some of this is probably overkill, but the game did challenge me that I'm supposed to read the links. So after we select our file format attack type, we'll be asked what type of exploit we would like to use. Notice that the default is a PDF with an embedded .exe. In this hack, let's use Microsoft Word RTF fragments attack for MS10 087. So here's a bunch of stuff. This will create a Word document that will overflow a buffer and enable us to put a listener or rootkit on the victim's machine. Type 4 and press enter. Step 5, choose a payload. Now that we've decided what type of file we want to use in our attack, our next step is to decide what type of listener, aka rootkit, aka payload, we want to leave on the victim system. These may look familiar to those of you who have used Metasploit, as these are Metasploit payloads. Let's be ambitious and try to get the Metasploit interpreter on that victim's machine. If we are successful, we will completely own that system. Create the file. After we type number 5 and press enter, we must choose what port we want to listen to. The default is 443. Set then goes about creating our malicious file for us. It names that file template.rtf. Rename the file. If we want to trick the victim into opening the file, we should name it something that sounds enticing or familiar to the victim. Now, this will differ depending upon the victim, but in our scenario, we're trying to spear a manager at a large company. So let's call it sales report, something that he or she might actually be expecting in their email. Create the email. Now that we have created the malicious file, we now need to create the email. This is important. If we're to get the victim to open the file, the email must look legitimate. Set prompts us whether we want to use a predefined template or a one-time use email template. Let's be creative and choose a one-time use email. Set then prompts us for the subject of the email. In this case, I used sales report. Set then asks us whether we want to send it in HTML or plain text. I chose HTML to make it look more inviting and legitimate. Finally, Set prompts us to write the body of the email and then type Ctrl-C when we are finished. I wrote 2, subject of the email sales report. Send the message as HTML or plain, H or P, H. Enter the body of the message, hit return for a new line. Control-C when finished. Dear Mr. Big Shot, please find my attached quarterly sales report. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Sincerely, your Minning. CSET Phishing, send email bigshot@bigcompany.com. Use Gmail account for your email attack or use your own server or open relay. Ego says, we used Backtrack in school. It was a fun module, and you all had to bring your own laptops and build your own network because almost everything Backtrack can do is illegal on the school's network. What did you go to school for, Ego? Because this is I'm interested enough in this stuff that some of these tools are familiar to me, or you hear about some of this in the news, but I'm very, this game is really teaching me a lot of new things, and it seems very cool. So, of course, your email will differ depending on who you're sending it to, but try to make it sound enticing and legitimate if they aren't likely to open the attached malicious file or your attack will fail. All right. After we're finished, Set will ask us whether we want to use a Gmail account or send it from our own SMTP server. In most cases, we want to use a Gmail account. Simply type in your address. You might want to create an anonymous email account for this purpose and password. And Set will send the email you created with the malicious attack attachment from this Gmail account. I will be using some of the other features of the social engineering toolkit in future tutorials, so keep coming back. All right, one more. Spear Phishing 101. And this is from Trend Micro. And Spear Phishing 101, what is spear phishing? Earlier this year, health insurer Anthem Incorporated reported that it suffered a massive breach in which 80 million members were affected. According to reports, attackers executed a sophisticated targeted attack to gain unauthorized access to Anthem's IT system and obtain personal information records stored within. While some people may know little about corporate data breaches, few know a little about corporate data breaches. Few know how it's actually done or the methods cybercriminals use to execute the attack. Ego says you did an apprenticeship as an application developer, so you had a security module, and your teacher. That's really cool, actually. I never thought they went in that much depth. Okay. In a targeted attack, attackers have a certain level of expertise and may have sufficient resources to execute their schemes over a long period of time. In cases where the breach indeed resulted from a targeted attack, it is important to know that the attackers can adapt, adjust, and improve their attacks to counter their victims' defenses. Attackers utilize various social engineering techniques that leverage recent events, work-related issues, and other areas of interest pertaining to the intended target. Techniques like the use of backdoors, zero-day, or software exploits, watering hole, and spear phishing are the most common methods used to gain information. While phishing and spear phishing share similar techniques, they are not to be confused. Phishing is generally exploratory attack that targets a broader audience, while spear phishing is a targeted version of phishing. They are different in the sense that phishing is a more straightforward attack. Once information such as bank credentials is stolen, the attackers have pretty much what they intended to get. In spear phishing, the successful theft of credentials or personal information is often only the beginning of the attack, because it's only used to gain access to the target network, a move that ultimately leads to a targeted attack. What is spear phishing? As mentioned above, spear phishing is a targeted form of phishing in which fraudulent emails target specific organizations in an effort to gain access to confidential information. Its tactics include impersonation, enticement, and access control bypass techniques like email filters and antivirus. The objective of spear phishing and phishing are ultimately the same: to trick a target into opening an attachment or click on a malicious embedded link. In a recent case, a spear phishing campaign pretended to be the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Based on reports, a new domain masqueraded as an official EFF site. The campaign tricked users into a false sense of trust in a spear phishing email. As identified by Trend Micro, the incident seems to have been as part of a larger attack known as a Pawn Storm, a targeted attack campaign that has been associated with the Russian government. This attack has shed light on an incident that involved sending spear phishing emails to only 3 employees of the legal department of a billion-dollar multinational firm. Fortunately, nobody clicked on the malicious links. As it turns out, the company was involved in a critical legal dispute, hence the attack reflected the attacker's clear economic espionage motive. How does spear phishing work? Spear phishing focuses on specific individuals or employees within an organization and social media accounts such as Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn to specifically customize accurate and compelling emails. These emails contain infected attachments and links. Once the link is opened, it executes malware that leads the target to a specific website. The attackers can establish their networks and move forward with their targeted attack. You got to deck out, System Shock. Didn't want to interrupt your monologue there. Have a good night. Have a great night, the Cool Eagle. Best of luck. I'm assuming you're probably going off to start your own channel. So by the way, guys, if this is boring you, and I hope it isn't, but Cool Eagle is way too shy to say this, but he's probably going to start his own cast. And so if this isn't doing it for you tonight, I totally get it. I know I normally do Darkest Dungeon on Fridays lately. Do give Cool Eagle a shot. Feel free to let people know what you're playing. Obviously, I don't want you to go away, but if you are going to go away from the channel, I might as well send you to somebody who I'd be watching instead. So, I would never want to belong to any club. Dark Ghost, I don't know if that's Roman numerals, so it could be 92 or it could just be XCII, but thank you very much for the follow. Defending against spear phishing. Any form of phishing can ultimately lead to the compromise of sensitive data. If neglected, a company could succumb to a targeted attack, which could result in data breaches as seen in notable incidents like the ones that affected JP Morgan, Home Depot, and Target, all of which were attributed to spear phishing. Consequently, these companies lost millions of dollars along with stolen customer records. All right, well, I hope I got that right then. Well, I feel, Ego, I'm probably learning a lot more from these than you are if you've already used Kali inside of your classes, but all right, similar to these recent data breach incidents, many small to mid-sized businesses are being targeted along with larger enterprises as attackers see them as a backdoor gateway into larger corporations. Also, due to the relatively smaller IT staff in small companies, it is easier for attackers to target them as they're likely to have less security infrastructure in place. Because email is the most important, is the most common entry point for targeted attacks, it is important to secure this against likely spear phishing attacks. Employee education is highly critical to combat different phishing techniques. Training employees to spot misspellings, odd vocabulary, and other indicators of suspicious mails could prevent a successful spear phishing attack. Additionally, enterprises need an expanded and layered security solution that provides network administrators the visibility, insight, and control needed to reduce the risk of targeted attacks regardless of the vector of choice. Trend Micro Custom Defense rapidly detects, analyzes, and responds to advanced targeted attacks. To defend against spear phishing, Deep Discovery Email Inspector helps identify and block spear phishing attacks at the initial phase for most targeted attacks. It reduces the risk of attacks by adding a transparent inspection layer that discovers malicious content attachments and URL links that pass unnoticed through standard email delivery. The Trend Micro Smart Protection Suite combines a broad range of endpoint and mobile threat protection capabilities, including social engineering, attack protection, newly born host inspection, and advanced threat level scan engine to secure emails. Learn how securing email can stop targeted attacks in the attached infographic. Only $19.99, or whatever the hell they're charging. I probably didn't need to do the advertisement, but there we go. All right, and I'm sure some of you are going to welcome the darker the darker colors of this game here. You're out of the business for almost 8 years, so you don't remember much, but you're definitely not up to date. Well, again, you still know more than me, so... All right.
Social engineering can play a key role in your hacking strategy. We'll start with some basic reconnaissance. Using the target's domain name, we'll crawl the web for all email addresses that we could use to launch an email phishing attack. Launch your social engineering toolkit located in your network intrusion menu. In the spear phishing attack menu, build an email database for the domain nightteam4.com using the email crawler function. Follow the mission objectives closely to complete the task.
Okay, network intrusion. Set. Welcome to SET, the Social Engineering Toolkit. This module is specially designed to assist you with all your social engineering needs. Select from the following menu. 1. The spear phishing module allows you to craft email messages and send them to a large or small number of people with an attached file format malicious payload. Select from the following menu. Build an email database first. Yes, Dark Ghost. So the really shameful thing is this very much is the sort of thing that I have been looking to play for a while. I'd heard of the Black Watchman, but ultimately didn't bite, and I still don't know why, because it actually seems very much like my kind of thing. And I almost found this totally by accident. I did opt to do all of the training missions, so we've been playing for about 2 hours now. But I'm also like really slow at this sort of stuff. So we'll be going on to the mission once we finish the last 6 tutorials. But I'm assuming from your chat message that you are either a fan of the game or at least have some experience with it. But I'm really, really intrigued by it. And hopefully others are as well. All right, following options will help you set up the email database. You can use one of the web crawlers to collect a large list of potential victims, or you can manually enter a specific email address that you want to target. So we want to crawl it. Email crawler uses Google, Bing, and many other databases to collect valid emails using the company domain name. Enter the domain name team4.
You can also build a valid email list using a dictionary attack. This function crawls LinkedIn to gather all the target company's employees and then tests various email patterns to identify the company's naming convention. Once the initial valid email list is ready, the function adds the most common names to the database to increase your chances of success. Cool, right? This time, build your database targeting the Black Watchman. Don't forget to include the full company name, including the word "the" at the beginning. It's the details that make the agent, as they say. Do they say that? Is that a thing people say? Well, anyway, get to work.
You're on the final mission now, no worries, you won't spoil it. You found this game from a friend playing it, which led you to following the game on Twitch. You eventually obtained the game, and you're eventually going to consider the Black Watchman as well. Neat. Yeah, I'm probably going to try the Black Watchman demo after I'm done this. It depends how late I stream tonight, but Yeah, like this is, I mean, the other thing too is I'm Canadian, like I'm in Ottawa. So the fact that Alison Smith, I hope I get that name right, is based in Montreal is also an appeal. But yes, it's really cool. Okay, back to set. I think we use dictionary, right? Yeah. Dictionary pattern crawls LinkedIn and uses common names and their variations to brute force and identify existing email addresses. The black men.
Now that you know how to build a good email database, let's launch an attack. You've practiced loading the gun, now it's time to fire it off and see if you can hit anything. Start by building a target list against the company Sunshade Corporation. Using the set options, create a Microsoft Word document with a reverse shell payload. This will infect your target with a backdoor and it'll show up as a Turbine C2 card. Use a sales report as your email template. Once you launch the attack, give it some time and soon enough, hopefully, an employee will open the email and get infected. I'm not going to guide you step by step. Instead, I want you to explore the module yourself. I'm hoping the more we advance in the Academy, the more confident you'll become with your Stinger OS. During a mission with tools like the Hydra Terminal, you'll face the challenge of exploring unknown modules, especially when you're in the dark web. So might as well take the training wheels off now. Good luck.
So Ego Karen here says, the last year of your apprenticeship, you were in the military and the police department. You had nothing to do with security. The best part was when the general apprentice supervisor visited you and he couldn't move more than a meter away from you because he didn't have high enough clearance for your building. Yeah, it's really funny. Some environments where I've worked in, I've had like outsiders visit it and they're like, you have literally like stricter security protocols than the CIA. Like there's no reason for this. But I'm not going to be the one to break the rules. So okay. So here, this seems to make as much sense as anything. All right, the Spearfish, create a Microsoft Word file format. The payload will give you various levels of access to the target computer. Payloads will usually operate in the scope of the RAM. The RAM will give you a short window of opportunity before it is destroyed. Select from the menu, I suppose here. Okay. Nope. Obviously, I skipped a step. I'm not sure how I access that otherwise, but the file format is the delivery mechanism for your payload. Your attack will be more efficient if you select a file format that your target will likely be expecting. Well, it already said to do the Microsoft Word, so... Okay. The following options will craft custom emails based on common templates and intel that you can find from the target. CV, application, sales report, IT, yeah. Surely at this point I should be consulting the directory. Oh, did I bounce out of the... No, hopefully I didn't do that. Oop.
X keyscore forensics initiated.
Oh yeah, I won't find them inside here. I'm just trying to remember the name of the organization. Oh, now I've gone and done it. Sorry, I'm obviously I blew it as far as this, so I can do it in order again. Yes, Enter the Gungeon is free on the Epic Store. Actually, I bet I have a link for that too. Their sale's still going on too, so if you want them to basically pay you $10 for buying a game that's $14.99 or more, you can definitely. Oh, it's close! Yay!
Turbine C2 registry initiated. Connection completed.
All right. Ego Karen has given me an excuse to be a shill, so let me in. Really? I'm gonna have to wait for the security code, it seems. You see that $10, can you get a better deal too with a code or something? You won't necessarily get a better deal, but if you use my, okay, so the way it works is this. Anything that is $14.99 or higher on the Epic Store, there's the listed price that the developer is charging for the game. And then when you actually click on the game, it will show you that Epic is knocking $10 off. So like I got John Wick Hex, or, you know, you can get Hades and it's $19.99 because that's what Supergiant is charging. But Epic will knock $10 off of that when you buy it. You should see it when you add it to your cart. If it says that you're paying more than what you expected, obviously don't move forward with it. Now, I don't give you any additional credits, but I do get credit for driving traffic to their site. So I don't actually have... Oh, no, here's my two-factor sign-in code. You can actually just type in System Chalk in the creator code. Like, my name's in there, and I believe it will automatically populate it if you start typing in System Chalk. And I get credit for that sale, and they will give me a little bit in terms of... like a percentage of revenues. I don't know if I'm allowed to say what the amount is, but suffice to say there is something I get. So again, you don't have to do it, and obviously if you wouldn't have used the Epic Store before, don't use it now. But I actually have a feeling that the numbers have changed recently, but let me see if there's enter... Okay, so there isn't a code for Enter the Gungeon, but yeah, if you want a link where you don't actually have to manually enter in my like creator code, I can definitely give it for most of the games that you want. So like for instance, if you want Hades, well, here you go. But yeah, like obviously my whole thing about Epic is this. There's a lot of Fortnite money going around right now, and I want a piece of that Fortnite money, and frankly, you should want a piece of that Fortnite money too. So if you're a content creator, you have to actually join the Epic Support a Creator program. If you just want if you're just a gamer, and that's frankly the better thing to be in, just wait a week and there's a new game that Epic will be giving away. So I probably only just get credit for driving traffic. I don't actually probably get any money for like the free games, but obviously if you buy something from the Epic store and you do use my support a creator link, there's technically no benefit to you for doing so. It just happens to be a way that if you were going to be buying something from them anyway, it's a way to get me a little bit of a little piece of the pie. But honestly, the Epic deals right now, if you're okay using the Epic store, and I certainly am, it's a really good sale going on right now. Like if you want to pre-order Tom Clancy's Ghost Division Breakpoint, you can buy that on the Epic store and they'll pay you $10 to buy it from them rather than Ubisoft. So, you know, it's one of these ones where you kind of have to be dead set against using that platform for you not to find it a good deal, in my opinion. But yeah, absolutely you can. And again, I don't really know what happens if you put my name inside of it. It's just I'm going to try and get you all into the habit of typing my name in there.
So next I'm going to teach you a little wayfinding. Getting inside an enemy network is just step one. You need to know what to do when you get there. There are multiple ways to map out the area, but if you're dealing with a Windows network, WMI is the go-to. The Windows Management Instrumentation is a protocol designed to help administrators connect, organize, and monitor devices on their network. And as I'm sure you know by now, what's helpful for a network admin is also useful for us. Time to see for yourself. Get digging, agent.
The WMI module is pretty straightforward, similar to what you encounter with the OSINT commands like sfuzzer. When you get inside a network, we can scan public paths, shared drives, and servers that broadcast to the network to learn their identity and location. Let's start by opening your WMI scanner module in the Information Gathering menu and type the command netscan to grab the network information.
Pax says, you're surprised so many people are against Epic. Lots of gamers buy into capitalism pretty strongly, and everything Epic is doing seems just like the nature of business. Yeah, I mean, there's a few different reasons behind it. The platform exclusives or the timed exclusives didn't really help the case, but people were already opposed to that, to it before. It's just that I have a feeling this is going to be a little more political than some people want, but like, I would argue it's a little bit like people's adherence to capitalism, like in government too, right? So there's no shortage of politicians that will say that they are for capitalism, and yet their treatment of for capitalism is pro-business, and usually particularly pro a particular business. So what's good for capitalism is lots of competition, but clearly some legislation that's passed is not about bringing in competition. It's much more about protecting sort of entrenched groups. And this is a really important thing, right? It's the same idea with like patents and copyright. The point of patents and copyright is to ensure an environment in which we get more good ideas. It is not to protect the profits of companies. We shouldn't give a damn about them insofar as they make enough to keep having good ideas and things like that. So I think there's a similar now it's like, again, politicians are people too, right? So I think that instinct exists within, within all of us. And in the end, it's the sort of identity issue for gamers, which is there's still a lot of people who buy into the good guy Valve story. And don't get me wrong, Valve is not like Microsoft was back when there was talk about breaking them up. Like, Valve has definitely been decent. But the thing is that I think Valve also reflects the kind of monopoly that we're really getting scared of now, which is not that they're going to suddenly raise prices on everybody, but is that they're going to underinvest in innovation because they're a dominant player and there's nobody there to force them. That's the similar case where some people, like, there's a University of Chicago blog called Pro Market. That's the thing they're really worried about with companies like Amazon. So I think in this particular case here, while it's probably true a lot of gamers really are like raw capitalism, I also think that they have a lot of their identity, built up in like, I'm a Steam user, I like Steam. And the fact that there's now this idea that somebody's actually challenging that dominant position and that they're doing it in a really effective way, I think they're a lot more comfortable with something like GOG, because in the end, GOG isn't a serious threat to Epic. And you notice that once Epic actually started making moves that were like, holy crap, they're really serious about this, that was when people started getting really, really vitriolic about it. So I don't know, like it's Epic's job to sell people on their platform, right? Like I'm perfectly happy to get free games from them. And I bought a bunch of games from them because they were the best price available. But I'm not going to tell people, like, if you're loyal to the channel, you're going to get an Epic account. If you want to continue using Steam only, be my guest. I know you won't be able to play like Diablo or anything like that, but that's your call to make. And no influencer, no fancy E3 press conference should really force you to think otherwise. It's totally up to you. But I definitely think a lot of people who are just getting mad at Epic because that's what the gamers are doing right now are just missing out on a whole bunch of like really cheap and essentially free games. So, yeah, so Tallman Alive knows exactly what piece of legislation I was referring to. So it's been short, but you have to wake up to work at 2:30 Eastern time. Great. Have a great stream. Enjoy. I will. Sorry, Dark Ghost, there wasn't that much to show you, but I hope you come back when I'm playing this again, because I think this is a really cool game, and I'm really looking forward to showing you how I actually play this game when it comes down to it. Who the heck else was here? Tallman Alive. Yeah. Yeah, it's not even I'm sure even if we weren't in a capitalist system, people would still have the particular tribe that they're a member of. Just right now, we're in one particular environment here, and it just so happens that the gamers have decided to hang their hat on Steam. Whereas I'm like, you know what? I would be a lot happier if there was more than one dominant player in this space. So, all right. Advertising aside. WMI scanner. We are connected to Leon's computer, right? Yeah. WMI scanner version 2.0. This module is a recon and mapping tool designed to help you discover a target's internal service and application exposed via the WMI technology. This tool is used to map out internal networks and will only work if you are already connected to a VPN. NetScan will run a 5-second scan. You'll definitely be back. Everyone has different styles for playing this game. It doesn't get old, even though the end result is usually the same. That's cool. And B. Silverhouse, you're opposed to third-party exclusives on PC. You've always been fine with first-party exclusives on consoles and PC. What Epic is doing is not good for gamers. So B. Silverhound, I have written an article on this, but why is there a difference between... So why is like GOG allowed to do an exclusive for Thronebreaker and Epic is not allowed to like pay them for an exclusive on Thronebreaker? Obviously Thronebreaker is now allowed on other ones, but what is it about the first and third party that makes one a moral or an immoral one? I definitely disagree with you on the on whether or not it's good for gamers, but I'm a little more interested. It's not enough for me to just register dissent. I don't accept it when other people just say I disagree, and I don't expect you to accept it from me when I say that. But I'm specifically interested in this difference because I have not been able to come up with a really consistent reasoning saying that, you know, I own this property and I can open my own game store, but because I don't want to invest the capital in opening my own game store, I'm instead going to sell that to someone else. Because it seems to me that that should be the developer's choice, seeing as it is their intellectual property. Because with the first party exclusive, they actually contributed to its development and the game wouldn't have been made otherwise. Well, clearly that's not true because Mass Effect was in development before before EA decided to make that an Origin exclusive. But also then there's the question, when it comes to contributing to development, obviously there's an expected return. So plenty of these games, like John Wick Heck isn't out yet, and clearly they're going to be taking the money for that and making John Wick Hex better. Similar story with Phoenix Point. Obviously, they had the money to make the game, but now they have that much more money to make it. And of course, this is ignoring the fact that games are usually in kind of constant development in that. So it seems it seems to me that this is a lot more about people who are better at specializing in certain things, being able to do what they're best at. So Epic obviously feels that they're able to sell games to people, and snapshot games isn't necessarily, at least not to a level where they want to build their own storefront. So it would seem to me to make a lot more sense for them just to essentially get the payment and to let the people who are a little more specialized at it do it. Yeah, Thronebreaker is, but I'm saying, like, what would the difference have been? Because Thronebreaker, essentially, I'm giving you an example in terms of you're trying to say that it was okay for GOG to make that an exclusive to their platform, or CD Projekt Red to make it exclusive to their platform, but somehow there is some moral barrier that is broken through if they were to have made that an Epic exclusive. And it just seems to me that it's the same game and it's still the same. Like, I just don't really see where the difference is. You're mentioning something about what gets contributed to development, but again, there's an expected return that developers get. And obviously making games is an static effort. So the third-party exclusives, we're seeing how Epic goes about it. They just buy exclusivity for the last couple of months. Mass Effect is made by BioWare. Yeah, I already know. Yeah, see, I like, you're not really telling me anything new here, right? I know that BioWare has been bought by EA, but it just seems to me like all that we're doing is we're setting up this barrier, saying is like, okay, if you open your own digital storefront, that's fine. If you buy a company and you own a digital storefront, that's fine too. Like, I just don't see why we're allowed to say, okay, well, Valve, you can go and buy, the people who made Portal, and you can go and buy Turtle Rock for Left 4 Dead, and you can make that exclusive to your platform. But what Epic does is says, hey, you don't need to go make your own digital distribution platform. We'll do that. We'll charge you a lower fee, and what we'll do instead is we'll pay you for a temporary period of exclusivity. It seems to me that the outcomes are the same. It means the game developers can focus on making games, which they're really good at, and they don't need to worry about opening a storefront. So it seems to me that if anything, this is actually more beneficial to gamers. But I don't know, you said that you'll explain more, so I would really like to see that objection covered, though, because I really don't see anybody talking about it. Anyways. NetScan will run a 5-second scan of the target entities hosted within their internal network and index the exposed app database and shares found in the registries. NetScan will run a scan while the internal network, within the internal network that you're currently accessing. Dig will query the port and technologies used to host the app or the database on the target path. Yeah, you've definitely got it, Tall Man Live. And Kicknit, sorry, I did see you before. I didn't say hi though. Very good to see you. Thank you for jumping in while the store wars were going on. Dig server administration employee registry will query all ports and technologies hosted by the CRM app on the targeted server. Run help command. Okay. So I got to figure out the network that he's on. So.
Registry initiated.
Or maybe I don't. Maybe I just do NetScan. Yeah, but see, B Silverhound, the problem with that is that you're just saying, okay, developer, you're only allowed to sell on this storefront. Like, I am not convinced that because you think that they should sell it on Steam, that this is the way that it should be, right? The fact that they have that option available does not say that the option that they have actually chosen is the better one. In fact, I would suggest that the developer is in a better position to say what's good for them than you are. And obviously that these developers have decided to go with Epic. So they can't just go and raise the price on the Steam store. If they thought that was the better option, they would have done it. But in this case here, they've gotten more money for the development. The game gets better. As Tallman Alive is pointing out, they don't need to pay the 30% to Valve. They pay less. Even, I would argue, even more, or sorry, an even bigger discount if they already use the Unreal Engine, because that's already rolled inside the Epic Store fee. Like, it's not that I don't think they have other options. I just think that we're not in a position to tell them what's good for them or not. And I just don't understand the fact that Valve was there first, why they should suddenly get some priority over everyone else. I think they should have to earn their dollar as much as the next person. Well, I mean, okay, if you don't want it, obviously you're not going to use the Epic Store. I just don't understand why I should have to have the Epic Store closed as an option to me as a result of this. And I don't understand why you should be making that decision for the developers. Like, it's really up to you to decide what you want to use. If you don't want to use it, nobody here has told you that you can't. What I'm objecting to is the fact that you're trying to set rules for everyone else based on what seem to be some very arbitrary sort of moral guides, which aren't very clear to me. Well, you're not calling for it to be closed, but you're essentially saying that there needs to be a different set of rules for the Epic Store.
Is running a technology. We use the fingerprinting command to identify a technology signature for an external network. In the WMI module, this command is called dig. Type dig followed by a network path to see what technology is running underneath. Your objective is to find the technology IBM Watson on the Sunshade Corporation network.
So, no, but this is the thing. Okay, you say I'm strawmanning you, but here is where I'm trying to go with this. I will prove to you I've read what you've said. One, you don't want curation, you want an actual service such as Steam's big screen options. I do not dispute your taste. I have never disputed your personal tastes. 2, you're not loyal to Steam, you're all in favor of competition, and you would be more than willing to buy from Epic if their service was actually good, but it isn't. Again, that's a matter of your taste and opinion. I would argue that one of the reasons why... Septic Boy, thank you very much for that, host. One of the reasons why Epic has to charge less is because it does have fewer options, like it doesn't have a workshop, like you can only buy one game at a time. It's one that can actually be rightly criticized across many dimensions, but the thing is, that's not a rule for saying that you can't get an exclusive for your platform, right? That's a matter of taste. It's not a rule that says that a game developer should or shouldn't take an exclusive. What you came in and what you said was that it's not good for gamers. And if you're going to make a claim like that, you actually have to back it up with some evidence. I did say that I did actually have an article behind this, which I'd be perfectly willing to share if you'd like to see the work that's already been done. I didn't say you said that the Epic Store would need to be closed, but what you are saying is that they do need to have a different set of rules than other people, and I don't agree with that. That is the source of the disagreement. It is a really interesting game, Septic Boy. It's obviously very text-heavy, but it's not, it's a really engaging sort of a puzzle, so... Nobody's being toxic, Septic Boy. It's just I'm trying to be very clear in terms of where my objection is coming from, because it's really easy for a lot of people to get mad at the Epic Store for reasons that aren't really consistent. So it's obviously something that I've done a lot of work on, so I'm very happy to jump on it. But it's... I will admit, it's sometimes difficult to just see the same arguments coming up over and over again when there's already sort of answers to them. You're not saying they need a different set of rules from other people. You don't want third-party exclusives on consoles. You don't want third-party exclusives on TV, no matter what the store, no matter the console, no matter anything. Okay, but again, you wouldn't have a problem if that company sold itself. So if Snapshot Games sold itself to Valve, it would be okay for Valve to make Phoenix Point a Steam exclusive. Nothing's been contributed to the development. Absolutely nothing has changed other than the ownership of that company. By what you told me before in chat, that would be okay. But Epic apparently cannot spend that same money, let Julian Gollop retain ownership of Snapshot Games, for a temporary exclusive to Phoenix Point. That's what I'm talking about when there's different sets of rules. It just seems very inconsistent to say that it's bad that there's this third-party exclusive. And I mean, console is a whole other difference, because obviously there's different hardware restrictions, and so you really do wind up with better games when you can specialize on hardware. But I just don't see why the difference between buying a company and buying a license to the IP for a period of time, why one is beyond the pale and the other one isn't, right? So, like I said earlier, you guess you simply don't agree that exclusives by store isn't something that warrants such a fuss, you guess. Like downloading a new installer took you 1 minute. Absolutely, Pax. I mean, again, the Epic Store is not at the level where Steam is, but everybody hated Steam back when it first came out too. Like, it's not... I do not love the Epic Store other than the fact that there's a lot of money that's going to me in the form of consumer surplus because they want to try and break Steam's monopoly. I think that's great. I think that's consumer friendly, but I know that most people don't think that way. Well, no, but again, we're kind of coming back to the same point. Like, it's not... Nobody's forcing you to use the Epic Store. I think the Epic Store is perfectly fine for what I'm paying for, right? Up to this point, every game that I have bought from the Epic Store is accessible. Every game that I have bought on the Epic Store I've been able to play. I have not needed to refund from the Epic Store, but they do that now after people rightfully criticized them for not being able to offer refunds. It is not that important to me to have a workshop and a big screen mode in that. If I wanted those things, I would probably be very disappointed by the Epic Games Store. But I do know that I bought John Wick Hex for $7.99 when it normally would have cost me $17.99. And so I'm willing to say that, you know what? Big screen mode is not worth a $10 discount on what looks like a really cool game. So... Well, I mean, B. Silverhand, I mean, you seem to have invested a lot on sort of moral principles about what are good for gamers if your point is that you're not going to use the Epic Store. Like, that seems to be something that can go by without comment. But you're not just saying that you're not going to use the Epic Store. You're saying that it's not good for gamers. And again, I wrote a whole article on that. So I just don't think you can come into a place where somebody has some background with it, make a claim, and then suddenly turn around and say, it's like, well, you know, I'm just saying about my own tastes. Like, if it's about your own tastes, I'm not going to tell you any differently. But once you start saying what is good and isn't good for gamers, you're speaking for me, and I'm not going to be spoken for. Yeah, Pax has got it exactly. Use the dig command on the mainframe to find the IBM Watson technology. So PIT mainframe. So Beastie-Floorhound, instead what the Epic Store has done is they've created a bunch of incentives for influencers to play the games that are on there. And of course, there's already a gaming discourse going on, right? Do you really think that people are not informed about the quality of the games that are on their store?
Nice! You're doing very well, but I gotta say, this last stage may be a bit difficult. You'll now combine the information gathered via the WMI scanner with the password attack module. In short, you'll start by finding the URL for Sunshade Corporation's email server. You will then use your WMI scanner to identify a valid username. This username is likely to exist on the company's mail server, payroll, intranet, etc. Following this logic, you will use the password attack module to target the user account on the mail server. Got it? Lots of steps here, so take your time. Combining information from various tools is a skill you must develop if you want to be a better agent, like yours truly.
Okay, so we'll say that you other gamers should be able to speak with each other. Okay, that's fine. That's a preference. So do you not feel that you like, because Epic hasn't provided that there's no vector for people to be able to get the information of other players? Because it seems to me that there's just as much of the internet discourse going on around Reddit. And when I go and take a look at Steam reviews, I'm often finding stuff like people complaining about there being a third gender option in Battletech, or people complaining about the fact that Borderlands was an Epic Store exclusive. And so I'm seeing that inside of the reviews. So as far as signal to noise is concerned, I'm definitely not going to Steam for my information. Now, that's my own personal view on that. But it seems to me that the fact that Epic has decided not to participate in that forum does not immediately mean that the consumers are unable to get information about the game. I think in a world where there wasn't an internet, you'd be able to say that there's something being lost there. But the fact that Epic isn't providing that, I don't really feel is a net loss to gamers, because they're simply finding other places to do that kind of dialogue. All right, use the sfuzzer to find sunshadecorp.com's mail server while connected to Leon's computer. I think we're already connected to that.
Initiated. Information gathering module
Fuzzer, sunshadecorp.com. We'll give this a 30-second one. The difference between basing yourself solely on the Metascore and actually reading the reviews. I read actual reviews and don't bother with the Metascore. If some people make a big deal about the extra option, then you ignore that review. Okay, so... But, like, I'm just saying, like, clearly the quality... Like, by your own standard, then, Steam is not the best place to get information because you're already ignoring so much of it. Like, this is the point I'm saying, is like, I don't really feel that Epic is really losing anything by not having consumer reviews, because people can already get that information from elsewhere. If you like influencers, you can go and watch somebody play the game. That's how I've decided on getting a lot of games. And one of my coworkers who doesn't game went and watched about 5 different YouTubers play Darkest Dungeon before they paid full price for the game. And then on top of that, if you take a look at something like Reddit went from universally hating Battlefront 2 up to being, you know, a pretty well-populated Reddit server, and it's a pretty clear indication that that game has gotten substantially better just by virtue of the fact that there are more people participating on it. And so I figure if I'm able to figure out those details about Battlefront, that's like 2 or 3 places that I've listed where people can find out information about games. And the fact that Epic hasn't done that doesn't mean that people aren't able to be informed. It seems to me that, and this has been true, by the way, for even games like No Man's Sky. Like, anybody who looked at No Man's Sky and said, okay, I really want to play that. And let's even say that there were some of these interviews with the developers while it was going by, and they genuinely thought that there were features in the game that weren't in there. There were so many other opportunities for people to find out what that game was like without ever having to go to the Steam reviews. In fact, the majority of people who found out that that game was not what they thought it was were not finding that out through the Steam reviews. They were finding that out through other forums such as Reddit and whatnot. So it just seems to me that adding yet another place to leave a review isn't really adding as much as I think what's trying to be implied with what's being said there. So which forums did you find that out, B Silverhound? Did you know that Ubisoft has forums? Where's Ubisoft's? When's the last time you looked at a Uplay review? What are the reviews on the Battle.net launcher? Did you apply that same rule to all of those platforms? Did you find out about their technical problems? Or are you just applying another special rule to Epic again?
Information gathering module initiated.
Using the WMI scanner module, find a Sunshade Corp IT employee surname. Oh, this is going to be a trickier one. WMI scanner. Yeah, Ghost Recon Wildlands is also on Uplay. So what is it Uplay's reviews? Those are something that you use to inform yourself? Because again, like everything that you talked about there, the fact that you found that through a Steam forum, that's great. Steam has forums. If you want to buy something from the Epic Store, you can also go and check out the Steam reviews. That's public information. The fact that Epic doesn't have a forum has not made you any less able to identify the issue that you just talked about. Uplay doesn't have reviews. That's my point. The same goes for Battle.net. Okay. I think I might need to go back to the Academy here. So there's something about the WMI scanner module that's going to give me an employee username. And I feel like this is not the... I feel like I actually need to do...
Information gathering module.
I don't think this is going to be right, but... No, that's not what we're disputing. I'm not saying that there isn't additional value from the existence of Steam forums. I am saying that if you're going to say that we can't accept a less than stellar platform because way back when we accepted it with Steam, then you also need to accept the status quo where Steam forums already exist, where Reddit already exists, where all of these other vectors of information exist. And so the marginal effect of Epic adding reviews or Epic adding fora is not as high as it was when these things didn't exist before. And again, when it comes to reviews, we've been able to accept that Battle.net does not have them. Uplay does not have them. These have only come up specifically with regards to the Epic Store. Like, it's all well and good to say that you don't feel that they should be behaving under different rules, but these are only complaints that have come up in the context of Epic when there are other examples that people have been living with, you know, outside of that. Like, the fact that you know about a bug that would affect you with Ghost Recon Wildlands, you are still able to find out about that bug independent of whether or not Epic has those forums. You can go wherever you want to find out about the problems with Metro Exodus if they exist. Like, that is just part of being an informed consumer. Would it be easier for Epic to have them? Maybe, but as you've already said, there's plenty of Steam reviews that you ignore. And so then my question is, well, which ones are you supposed to pay attention to? The ones that maybe people are just a little bit more clever about review bombing and they decide to talk about technical examples or technical problems that don't exist? Like, I just don't see how you can sustain an argument that there's no way for people to find out what's going wrong with a game other than finding out at their storefront. And again, the marginal effect of Epic adding forums and Epic adding reviews is not as high as when we have a world where there's no communication at all amongst gamers. I just don't think that there's really that need for an additional platform, at the very least in the absence of other things that they can be improving. Like, frankly, I would prefer to have a shopping basket where I can add more games than to have some forum that actually needs to be moderated. Yeah, exactly, Ego. Like, you know, it's dumb for me to say that there's zero additional benefit to having like a forum or reviews on Epic. But the fact of the matter is we know the review system has just as many complaints as you know, sort of praise. If anything, Steam is kind of indicating that they know there's a problem with it, and they're beginning to deal with things like review bombs. And Epic has just said is like, you know what? The cut that we are taking says that you're not going to get the same set of features. If people want reviews, they know where to go for it. And frankly, it's a lot smarter for Epic to say, you know what, people can just go read their reviews somewhere else, and then they can go buy it from us because we've got the best price. I see absolutely nothing wrong with them doing that. If it is a requirement for you to go and buy from a place that has reviews, that's fine. But then you don't get to play Tom Clancy games because, you know, the next ones are going to be on the Epic Store and on the Uplay Store, and neither of those have review systems. So, yeah, well, again, that just comes back down to the features that you want to see on a launcher. And I mean, I'm not going to tell you what you can and can't want, but it just seems to me that what you're talking about are personal preferences rather than general principles that gamers should be acting behind. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I am able to find out any information that I need about a game. I found out a lot about this game searching, and I didn't once look at Steam, right? I looked at Twitter, I looked at the game developer's website, I found out that they were Canadian, I found out that they made a game called The Black Watchman, which I didn't look at before, but I really want to look at now. I am playing this game on Steam because that's where they gave me the key from, but at no point did I touch Steam when I was doing my research for this game. So I can't say because I didn't use Steam to find information about this game that you should not be able to use Steam for that. But you also can't turn around and tell people that it's some mark on the gamers, that gamers are worse off because Epic did not add an additional forum. We are at the exact same position we were before the Epic Games Store existed. I would argue we're actually a little bit better because Valve has now felt the need to correct its review mechanisms rather than just leave them be the way that they have been for the past year or so. But obviously that's more speculative on my part. The thing that I'm missing on this, particular this mission is how I go from a WMI scanner to an employee directory. Because right now I'm on Leon's computer. I'm clearly supposed to be connecting to the mail server to figure out what's going on. Using the WMI scanner module, find a Sunshine Corp IT employee username. Well, let's just try and do the defaults for now. Okay, so you're saying that there's a supermarket that sells literally everything across the street from you, and a mom and pop shop which has 10 products opens beside it, and consumer welfare has decreased because of the existence of the inferior offering. Is this your argument? Because I really don't, like, that is what you have said in chat, but I don't think you actually believe that. All right, I get it now. Oh, no. Oh, I get it. I just have to do a net scan on the next one. Oh. Wait, no, it's active. What am I saying? It's an active directory, not an employee directory. Timesheet. Oh, B Silver, I am sorry to say this. I don't feel that you are engaging in this exchange in good faith, and this is really taking a lot of time out of the cast. So I'm going to give you another shot on this. I want to keep this as civil as I can, but I am getting to a point now where I think you are accusing me of strawmanning you, but you are not really engaging with these examples in good faith. So could you please articulate exactly, aside from your personal preference, we'll have an out just so that this whole thing can be diffused, and say, if everything that you want to talk about is personal preference, I have no dispute with your personal preference, and we can leave it at that. But with regards to what is good for gamers in general, or storefronts in general, could you please clearly state where the damage or where the loss of consumer welfare is coming from? Because at this point, it is really getting to a point where it is a level of distraction that I'm not willing to engage in if I'm going to start seeing things like, I'd actually prefer the mom and pop shop. That is a, by design, inferior option, which I think any reasonable outside viewer would have known where I was going with that. The other possibility I have is this Jay Valenti character. But yeah, I'm really getting lost on this WMI scanner and what it's supposed to do. Oh, wait a minute. Launch a password. Okay, so apparently it was the Jay Valenti individual. Fair enough. I should have just been paying closer attention.
Password attack and intrusion module initiated.
Giving you the choice where you want to buy a product, and as such also choose the store based on the service they give you, is good for you as a gamer. Please do keep in mind that I asked for something that was not about personal preference. So is your claim here that there should be no exclusives? Is this what the generalization is supposed to be? Because I know that is inconsistent with what you've said before. Yep. I'm gonna try the IP that I have here, but I feel like this is wrong. Yeah. Unfortunately, it is Tall Man Alive, and I feel like I have given a lot of time to this, but B Silverhound, I mean, we're right back to where we started. I did not ask you for your preferences. I said I have no dispute with your preferences whatsoever, and I said that if this comes down to a matter of preferences, there's no dispute and we can just end this here. If we're back to first or third party exclusives, all I have to say is you have not convinced me that there is any difference between first and third party exclusives other than inside your head, and unfortunately, I'm sorry to put it in these ways, if there's nothing new to add to this discussion, I would rather just have it finish. I think I have been more than fair in giving you the amount of time on this, and I would much prefer to engage with this game that is really interesting rather than just go over the old material. All that I can say is I have pretty much covered everything inside here in a blog. I suspect you probably will not want to read it, but I'm going to leave it here anyway. And if you have any problems, you can leave that in the comments. But as far as engagement on this channel is concerned, I think it either needs to be a discussion about principles, or we just need to say that this is just your opinion, man, and we're obviously going to have different opinions for the rest of the time.
Information gathering module initiated.
All right, I gotta go back to the S-fuzzer because I missed out on the mail directory.
Target acquired.
Sadly, that
Awaiting
probably should
variable.
not have taken me as long as I did.
Password successfully compromised.
Cool. Okay, now we can make progress.
Notice how Agent Dylan seems a little more confident? That's because he's watching your quick progress, and so am I.
Quick
Keep up the good
progress.
work and you'll soon be certified. Now let me introduce you to another key network component, the Active Directory. It's a great resource by itself, but quickly becomes lethal when combined with your other Stinger OS tools. I'll let our newly emboldened Agent Dylan explain the details.
Yeah, Pax, so far as I can tell, so the only time I've ever heard of John the Ripper, which I think is an amazing name for a program, is that it's basically like a dictionary that goes through a lot of common passwords. I think I am done with this, B Silverhound. I'm sorry. I'm just like, this needs to stop. So yeah, I mean, there's some detail when it was first introduced. The like, there are some real life references which I've tried to divide. Like, I really like reading this sort of stuff, and honestly, more going through. I probably, in retrospect, it would have been better for me just to do the real life references here rather than go on another epic exchange. But like, this game does have quite a bit that's sort of built off of real life. So, for instance, they reference the Kali Linux distribution a whole lot, but actually, you know what? It's probably worthwhile to find out exactly how John the Ripper works. John the Ripper is a fast password cracker currently available for many flavors of Unix, macOS, Windows, DOS, BIOS, and OpenVMS. Historically, its primary purpose is to detect weak Unix passwords. These days, many Unix Crypt3 passwords, hash types supported in -jumbo versions are hundreds of additional hashes and ciphers. Doesn't really say a lot about how it works, though. Maybe Wikipedia has something? John the Ripper is a free password cracking software tool initially developed for the Unix operating system. It now runs on 15 different platforms, 11 of which are architecture-specific versions of Unix, DOS, Win32, BIOS, and OpenVMS. It is one of the most popular password testing and breaking programs, as it combines a number of password crackers into one package, auto-detects password hash types, including includes a customizable cracker. It can be run against various encrypted password formats, including several crypt password hash types, most commonly found on various Unix versions, based on DS, MD5, or Blowfish, Kerberos AFS, and Windows NT2000, XP2000 LM hash. Additional modules have extended its ability to include MD4-based password hashes and passwords stored in LDAP, MySQL, and others. Here we go. Attack types. One of the modes John can use is the dictionary attack. It takes text string samples, usually from a file called a word list, containing words found in a directory of real passwords cracked before, encrypting it in the same format as a password being examined, including both the encryption algorithm and key, and comparing the output to the encrypted string. It can also perform a variety of alterations to the dictionary words and try these. Many of the alterations are also used in John's single attack mode, which modifies an associated plain text, such as a username with an encrypted password, and checks the variations against the hashes. John also offers a brute force mode. In this type of attack, the program goes through all possible plain texts, hashing each one and then comparing it to the input hash. John uses character frequency tables to try plain text containing more frequently used characters first. This method is useful for cracking passwords which do not appear in dictionary word lists, but it takes a long time to run. So I'm going to assume packs that pretty much any real word is going to be included inside a dictionary like that.
Companies based on Microsoft Windows networks will centralize their employees' account information in a service called the Active Directory. It's a key component in management and operations for any large business. Therefore, it's a highly valuable asset for us. An Active Directory always has a WMI signature. You know what to do, right? Yeah, you got it. Launch a WMI scanner and hit up the Active Directory server using the dig command.
Network disconnected.
All right.
Turbine C2 registry initiated. Connection completed.
Let's see if I can remember this from the last time. So,
Information gathering module initiated.
So far as I can tell, this is John's computer that I'm actually doing the net scan on. And then dig ERP Active Directory Hunter 2. That has been a very long time since I've read
Great! Now that you
Bash.
have the location of the Active Directory server, we can connect to it. Select and copy the Active Directory path in your WMI scanner using Control-C on your keyboard. Open the Active Directory module in the Information Gathering menu and paste the path of the server by using Control-V. Just so you know, many modules let you copy-paste key info like technology names, paths, etc. Who knew that Control-C and Control-V would be so deadly in cyber warfare?
Well, I'm at least grateful that I can copy and paste stuff, so I'm not 100% sure if I'm getting this right, though, so
Information gathering module initiated.
connect to Leon's PC while I'm already in there. Enter the Active Directory path you found from my net scan. Okay, fair enough. It's been a very long time since I've seen that reference back, so well done.
In the last certification, we used information on the WMI scanner to identify a username, then used it for a password attack on the mail server. This time around, we're going to do something similar, but with a different goal in mind. We're after the ERP, or Enterprise Resource Planning mainframe, a central server that manages critical business processes and activities. Using the Active Directory registry, find the account for the company's server administrator. Once you have the username, launch a password attack on the IT mainframe.
Okay, connect to Leon's PC and find the IT admin's username in the Sunshade's Active Directory. Perform a low-level dictionary password attack using John the Ripper on the IT mainframe. I think I know where this is going, but let's see. So we should find it in HR. I don't think this is right. Yeah, that's... So I need to find IT instead. Okay, Becky Chambers. Perform a low-level dictionary password attack using John the Ripper on the IT mainframe. So the IT mainframe is the thing that's weirding me out a little bit. So I get that this is the thing that's a little bit unclear to me. So I know that it's got to be B Chambers. What is less clear to me is where the IT mainframe is. So maybe, I don't think this will tell anything, but... Yeah, that didn't say anything. So...
Information gathering module initiated.
My old friend, the S-Fuzzer. I can never remember. Does it allow... Normally, if you're using like Unix or something like that, you can... Oh, you know what? I don't think I can actually get the... I don't think I can get the main directory. So clearly there's got to be a way for me to figure out where the IT mainframe is, based on the information I have here. Yeah, so these are just user. Yeah, I don't think there's anything going on here. So I'll try and see what's going on. I don't feel like this would be right, but yeah, no, this is just for Active Directories. All right, have a good one, Ego Karen. Sorry there wasn't main gameplay for you. That's completely my fault. But I hope you have a good sleep, and I hope you get a chance to play Netrunner sooner rather than later. So the thing is, I don't actually remember the proper name of the corporation anymore. So like if I just go straight for a password attack here,
Password attack and intrusion module.
I do like
initiated.
IT mainframe. Oh, Sunshade Dash Corp. That's enough. So
Information gathering module initiated.
sunshade-corp.com T30. See, the really shameful thing about Netrunner for me is that I really like that game, but I don't get a chance to play it very much. And this has been true about all games. So I actually am really liking this trend towards single player games. So Mark Herman's Peloponnesian War is an example of that. Labyrinth has a one-player option. Distant Plain, I think the Next War series, so like Next War Poland and stuff like that. Maybe an OSINT scan might help. I mean, maybe the M is sufficient, but we'll give it another shot. But yeah, I don't know. Like, Netrunner really does not lend itself to one-player play, and I know, like, for me, nerdy board games is definitely a pretty narrow interest in my own case. So, in the absence of a better identifier, I think I'm going to try John the Ripper on M Sunshade Corp.
Password attack and intrusion module initiated.
You play the Arkham Horror Living card game solo when you can. We're in the middle of selling your house, so you're loath to pull out all of the cards and actually play it lately. I actually was not aware that Arkham Horror had an LCG. Yeah. A minute seems like a really excessive time to run. It'd be really neat if this tool had something like here's the thing where you finished running, resume from here because you need to go deeper. But I suspect probably the part of this tutorial that I'm supposed to be figuring out is to try and find some way of finding out what the IT mainframe is. Okay, so I don't think there's anything. I mean, I suppose the best I could try would be login. See if maybe that was it. Try setting what on fire, Valken? Welcome, by the way. It can't be that I need to use...
X key score forensics.
Yeah,
initiated.
that seems like using a broadsword for surgery. So, can't do anything with password attack quite yet. I'm gonna suggest that nothing here immediately screams IT. The WMI scanner is very suggestive. But what's not quite working for me here is figuring out how all of this comes together. So I'm going to try a help. Here's a list of all of the... Okay, so we do netscan, help, dig. So run a scan within the internal network that you are currently using. Dig into a network path to index all ports and technologies hosted within the server. So dig doesn't do anything for me. Help purge, help exit. Yeah, that's kind of works. Okay, so hello, the Eyes of Sin. No worries, I'll probably go later. This is the problem with like the YouTube stuff. I know that whenever I go on to the epic topics, I mean, Tall Man Alive was kind of indicating too that they were getting really tired of me going on it. I really do want to try and engage as best as I can on stuff like that. But obviously I need to come up with a little bit of a better balance in terms of what people are like here to watch for than others. So I can't obviously undo videos, and I really do not like going back and editing out videos. It's like if I make a bad argument or if things do not go as planned, I don't get to reset history, and I don't feel like I should, I don't feel like that should be done for live broadcasts or whatever. Obviously, if something like really drastic happened, I'd probably chop it out. But like, the one challenge is, of course, is that I sort of know, especially when it's direct interaction with a chat, that it becomes really tedious on a YouTube video. So the best that I can do is just offer more content to make up for the the blank bit. By the way, I did see a reply on Twitter, Valken. I'm sorry I didn't reply to it. I just didn't have anything to add, but I was sufficiently amused. You think it's an interesting discussion, but you do think that at the very least there may have been some talking past. Yeah, no, there definitely was. It's why I tried to. I mean, again, I did say I was going to drop the matter. It's why, in the end, the best thing to do is say it's like we can't talk about preferences anymore because there's nothing else to go on. If there's nothing more to be said about principles that hasn't already been covered. I don't like shutting down topics, but clearly it can't go on. And I mean, more importantly too, like, I am also more prone to be exasperated when I've already written down stuff. So that's one of the challenges that I get whenever it comes down to talking past stuff, because I shouldn't assume this, but I do have a tendency that if I've written something down, I always kind of think it's like, well, that's already a matter of public record, so we should be moving beyond that unless there's a direct response. And I realize that the blog does not have a very high readership, so I probably should be working on that. But it's also kind of a dick move to turn around and tell someone, it's like, oh, well, you need to read everything I've written on the subject before you can engage with me. So anyways, I'm still trying to work my way through finding out where. So like, clearly we've got the IT mainframe here. I don't think I can just do a straight John the Ripper attack on a directory. I'll try it. I'm going to be surprised if that works, though. Amazing! So the IT mainframe is on this guy's personal computer?
Password successfully compromised.
Uncrackable. Oh, so Hidden Citizen, you must have seen the Empire of Sin trailer. Okay, that's actually good to know. So you can use directories in that. I feel like I'm misunderstanding the WMI though. I'm just going to take a quick second here. So this is a Wikipedia page. Windows Management Instrumentation consists of a set of extensions to the Windows driver module that provides an operating system interface through which instrumented components provide information and notification. WMI is Microsoft's implementation of the web-based enterprise management and common information model standards from the Distributed Management Task Force. WMI allows scripting languages to manage Microsoft Windows personal computers and servers both locally and remotely. WMI comes pre-installed in Windows 2000 and newer Microsoft OSs, is available to download for NT 95 and 98. I still don't feel like that guy who I'm... like, whose computer I compromised is the actual IT mainframe, though. That's the main thing that's confusing me. Oh, Hidden says, so this seems to, I don't know a lot about this stuff, but it seems to be going very deep in terms of some pretty technical material, which is why I find it so captivating.
Things are going to get challenging quickly, so just stay calm, follow the instructions, and try not screw anything up as we dive into signal interception. There's a lot to learn about the act of spying on someone else's communication and network activity, so I've created an entire training course around it. But for now, let's just get the basics down. The man-in-the-middle attack strategy. If you perform well here, I'll invite you to my signal intelligence training course, and we can get deep into it.
Intercepting user activity on a network is much easier than you think. Our man-in-the-middle module is based on various technologies you may have heard of before, like EtherCap and Wireshark. We want to put ourselves between a user and a router or another device that carry network traffic. All we need for a successful man-in-the-middle attack is an active Turbine C2 card connection and a valid victim IP. I've added Dialog's VPN in your inventory so you can connect to their network. The man-in-the-middle module is the second icon at the bottom of your screen. Open it and select an ARP poisoning attack. On the left side, choose the following victim IP, 192.168.1.66. On the right side, use the company router's IP, 192.168.1.1. Once you're in, use the URL snapper to see the network activity and wait for an important URL to show up.
Okay.
Turbine C2 registry. Network disconnected. Connection completed.
Man-in-the-middle module. You need to select the attack type, a victim, and then the target. The man-in-the-middle will sniff all activity both ways between the selected target hosts. So, ARP poisoning. So Hidden Citizen, for what it's worth, I have learned about at least 2 different security-oriented Linux distributions as a result of this game. I already knew a bunch of the NSA stuff just because that's like stuff you can read about in the news. But yeah, I've learned a lot. By this game, they did give me a key, and they're Canadian. No, this is exactly the kind of like hacking style game that I've been looking for. They really know how to come up with the blend in terms of like referring you to the real world stuff while still making it engaging enough for me to be like, okay, I'm going to enjoy the fantasy of being a hacker without actually having to do the stuff that's like tedious and not fun. Okay, what the hell was I doing? Scan for host, then select 192.168.1.66 for the victim. Sorry, dude. Oh, wait. Poisoning failed and value routing. Yeah. I actually need to put the router to something different. I just put it. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Start listening, then launch the URL snapper.
Network intrusion module initiated.
I believe it's a Steam-only one, Hidden Citizen. The reason why I say that is so this game has like a login that's required to play it, and I believe so. The thing about GOG is that they have some really specific rules about what constitutes a DRM free game. So I believe like Chaos Reborn does not require a login to play the game, but it does require a login to play the online component. So I believe in that case you're free. In this particular case, you actually have to log in to like get into the game in the first place. And I suspect GOG might consider that to be DRM. Now, obviously that's for GOG to know, but is it $30? I thought it was a little bit more, or sorry, a little bit less. Maybe I was thinking of the Black Watchman. Let me just take a quick look. Oh, yes, it is. I was wrong. So yeah, Night Team 4 is a brand new game. It's the Black Watchman, has a demo and is $11.49. yeah, if the price is sort of like a deal breaker or that, I will definitely encourage you guys to wish list it, because wish listing does help developers in a small way in terms of getting the information out, and clearly you'll be informed when it goes on a sale. So
another way to deploy a man-in-the-middle attack is through LLMNR poisoning. It can intercept password hashes. Not actual plain text passwords, but the encrypted versions. Launch an LLMNR poisoning using the following IP for the victim: 192.168.11.144, and the same IP for the router: 192.168.1.1. You will intercept the password hash using the packet sniffer.
So this is not specifically directed. Oh, cool. Yeah, so this will not seem like I'm attacking you, Hidden Citizen. There's actually, the price thing raises a really interesting revelation that I had. So I've been reading this big book on art, which I bought a really long time ago. And I have beside me my ticket for the third John Wick movie, which I really enjoyed. I've liked all the John Wick movies. I think the first one is still the best one, and they're sort of decreasing in quality over time. But like John Wick 3 is still a really good like action movie. So like it is a very high ceiling by that standard. And obviously not everything is meaningful to compare against each other. Like sometimes it's okay to just enjoy something. But I was taking a look at the price, and it occurred to me, I was going through the bookstore and I looked at a book and I was like, I'll wait till it's paperback. And then I went off, and then like I looked at that ticket again and I was like, I am treating books the exact same way that I'm treating games now. Like I always wait for them to go on sale, or I always wait for paperback, and yet when it comes to a movie, I'm still willing to pay full freight. So that was a really interesting little revelation for myself. The one thing that occurred to me where I haven't done that is Kickstarter projects, but I missed this one's Kickstarter. I only found out about this after the fact of it being released. So if you do pick it up, Hidden Citizen, good on you, because it's a Canadian developer and I really want to see them succeed with stuff like this. But obviously it's other people's money. I have no intention to tell them how to spend it. So if the price is more than what you're willing to bear, I will encourage you guys to wishlist it, just because that takes some of the... Essentially, the thing about it is, you're interested in the game. At this point, it's just a matter of negotiating over terms, and it makes it a lot easier for this company to be able to inform you of a more favorable price if you put a wish list down for it. And if you don't want to use Steam for that, because obviously, as Citizen points up, like if you have the Humble Monthly, you get like a 10% off or something like that. There are other services that you can use. Like I know Razer has a service that will email you when it goes on sale over a bunch of different storefronts. So if I can't entice any of you to buy, but this game does interest you, I do encourage you to do that wish list, because that'll be an opportunity to sort of make it more likely that you will purchase it at a time that it's a good price. Sorry, I don't want to be a total shill about it, but it is really cool that I got a key from the developers from this, because clearly I have not been showing a lot of the base gameplay yet. Okay. So I believe we should still already be with Dislodge. Yep.
Registry initiated.
Hack into intranet.dialog.net.
Information gathering module initiated.
Intranet.dialog.net. It's not looking good. Oh, okay. So we will go to the exploit database to find out how we can turn this to our advantage. Search, exploit, Akamai. CVE 2008-1106. The management interface in the Akamai client allows remote attackers to bypass authentication through TCP/IP via an HTTP request that contains 1. A no referrer header, or 2. A spoofed referrer header that matches an approved domain, which allows remote attackers to conduct crossfire site request forgery attacks and force the client to download and execute arbitrary files. Preferred delivery method, TCP/IP, exploit to use content spoofing. So we will open up. Where the hell are you? Fox Acid, there you are.
Fox Acid server connection initiated.
Okay, so it wants TCP/IP. We want content spoofing again. So we haven't, I actually don't know the difference between HVM mount and after midnight. It's just told us to use after midnight in the past. So target URL is going to be this target. Akamai. And it's in port 443. So I don't know if you saw in the tutorials, Hidden Citizen, but like there are real world links that it offers.
Fox Acid attack launched. Fox Acid attack successful.
Cool. Okay. Well, connected to dialogue support. Did I not just hack into that?
Connection completed.
Okay. So now we want the man in the middle, and is LLMNR poisoning. Uh, 192.168.11.114 IT, and that's going to us, I think, right? 192.168.11. Let me know what you think of it, Hidden Citizen and Packet Sniffer.
Work intrusion module initiated.
Bingo.
The learning curve for the certification is rather steep, so grab your cleats and let's get climbing. We're going to combine 3 modules: the man in the middle, Active Directory, and the password attack. You'll be fine, just don't look down. First, intercept the password hash. I'll give you the IPs again. For the victim, it's 192.168.11.144, and for the router, it's 192.168.1.1. After that, get in their Active Directory and look for their password policies. As the final step, launch the password attack module using the hash mode. Fill out the company password policies and crack the password. See you at the peak, and good luck.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough one. Yeah, so Hidden Citizen is not here right now, but basically whenever they introduce a new concept, that gives you a bunch of links. And definitely some of them seem to be fairly reputable providers of security services. So if you want to go down the rabbit holes the game gives you, I have a feeling that you'll probably learn quite a bit. Okay.
Turbine C2 registry initiated.
I'm just going to try connecting again.
Connection completed.
Interesting. Okay, so I got to remember how I did this last time.
Information gathering module initiated.
So that's got to be the Active Directory.
Information gathering module initiated.
All right, we're looking for password policies, NTLM number and a symbol. So now we're going to do our password attack.
And intrusion module initiated.
Copy the password hash you found from the, this is from the attack we had previously. So that's this one here. I don't think that, I think we're just looking for this. Oh, no, we needed the full thing. My bad. Oh my god, we've been detected.
Target acquired. Awaiting variables to launch attack.
Okay, so launch the password attack using the information you found in the network directory. So it doesn't say which one I should use. I'll go for John the Ripper just because it's the one I'm familiar with. NTLM. And it's got to have a number and a symbol. Ah, here we go. So 44 seconds, doesn't have any other specifications, so. Yeah, I had that bug too, Hidden Citizen. I'm trying to remember how I got rid of it. I think, I can't remember if I reset, so you can reset everything by doing leave the game, reset game. But logging out and logging in again. It only happened once to me, but it's interesting that you ran into the exact same thing. But yeah, I'm pretty sure going out and going back in will solve that. Okay, that was not as terrible as I thought it would be. Air crack.
Okay, not too shabby. See, as long as you keep a level head, you can get through new challenges. So keep it up. But let's not rest on our laurels quite yet. Still more work to be done first. We'll continue with signal interception of Wi-Fi networks, and then move on to other type of intrusion using wireless devices. Ready when you are.
Oh, by the way, the Eyes of Sin, I should mention there's a character in here that looks a little bit like Octavian.
Go wireless. Enough with all these tangled cables. Let's connect to the Wi-Fi. The module you'll want to use for this is called AirCrack, located in your information gathering menu. The first thing we'll do is simply scan the area and download Wi-Fi hotspot log files. Start with the command arrow_dump, which gives you all the active Wi-Fi signatures accessible from the VPN location. The handshake command runs a sniffer on all network activity, cracks it, and downloads the latest activity.
Okay.
Turbine C2 registry initiated. Connection completed.
The one thing, actually, do I have... It definitely says I have case files. I just apparently don't have them anywhere in here. Fair enough. That's not the end of the world. But it definitely says that there's 5 there.
Information gathering module initiated.
Yeah, no worry. I mean, I'm not gonna like advocate for this game and suddenly be like, well, that's your money gone. Like, no, I'm having a great time with this, and I probably should have mentioned that, but I actually forgot about that bug until you brought it up, but I should probably mention that. So if any of you get this game and for some reason you can't access this, you should be able to log on, just turn it off and turn it on again. You should be able to log out, log back in. If that doesn't work, resetting your game should fix that, but that's a sample now of N2. Okay. Downloading the log files from multiple Wi-Fi hotspots can help gain comprehensive intel on the net traffic in the area. Example, ArrowDump will scan and collect all Wi-Fi hotspots near the compromised computer. Handshake MAC address will compromise and download the hotspot's log files. Example, Handshake B468 2B D5 717E. Run help command to display a detailed explanation of each of these commands and their parameters. I believe we just do ArrowDump, right? Yeah. Moving right along. So one thing actually that might be helpful too when you start in, if you want to follow these instructions like to the letter. It sometimes helps to move these windows down. If you ever want to see the instructions here, there is one virtue, and I wonder if this is by design. When this goes away, it does actually force you to think a little bit about the problem. So obviously I've been getting distracted. The game is definitely not as difficult to understand as a couple of my like goofier moments have made it seem to be. But I actually really like the fact that you get to opt into, can I get a hint, before you get thrown into like a proper main mission. So it's one little subtle feature that I don't know if it's intentional or not, but I like it. So, okay, run the handshake command on Dialog's internal MAC address. Is handshake? Yes, it is. Okay. I just want to find out what handshake does. Handshake, hack a Wi-Fi hotspot passcode and download the log files. Aircrack will combine the log files of previous compromised Wi-Fi during the session. Oh, it's as easy as that, huh? So it turns out, really, you just type hack X. There's one H in handshake. Thank you very much. Oh, here's a question. Do they have tab completion? Oh, God bless you. I am going to be so lazy in this game now. Download successful session database updated. Refreshing graph. Who uses Blackberries in this? Now you know this is a Canadian game. Run the handshake command on dialogue. Oh, okay.
When you triangulate the data from multiple Wi-Fi networks, you get a data set that can help you identify a target's activity, when they come to the office, when they leave, etc. Using XKeyscore, scan ID and records for Dialog employee Wayne Spalder. Download all the Wi-Fi data in Aircrack and use Wayne's schedule to find a matching pattern. Every time Wayne's cell phone scanned a Wi-Fi network, it left its signature at the same time and date Wayne was in the vicinity. Even if your cell phone doesn't connect to a network, just having it open and scanning the area for valid Wi-Fi is enough to be tracked. We will use that to find Wayne's phone and access it. Scary, right? Makes you wish you still had a pager.
Sleep well, everybody.
XKeyscore forensics initiated.
Okay. Wayne Spalder's schedule. If only it was so easy. Okay, so he's in at 10, except on Thursday where he wants to be like an hour. Okay, so his schedule's disrupted by an hour on Thursdays, and he works Monday to Friday. While connected to Dialog support, find a phone that matches the schedule using Aircrack. Ah, okay, no, I get this.
C2 registry
This is...
initiated.
I'm post-cognitive. I see things after they happen.
Information gathering module initiated.
Okay, so if he's coming in at 10, or actually better still, we'll say 11 on a Thursday. Yeah, this completely matches his schedule. He's a little late on Tuesday. This is the guy we're looking for.
Network intrusion module initiated.
You're in! Well done! Let's take a break and just review some of our past modules. Inspect his cell phone for any clues that could be used to gain access to this account. Wayne is at the office right now. Since we compromised his phone, you can use it to infiltrate the dialogue network. In the cell phone interface, you have a hotspot connection, so this works the same as a Turbine C2 card. Just click on it to activate it. I've hidden a test file somewhere for you to find. Good luck!
Cool. Okay, so we access the phone with the vendor Google and connect to its hotspot, check the phone's notes, connect on the file to the file browser using the information found in the notes, and download the test file. Notes. Hello, agent. Here are the credentials for your next task. URL temp0451 dialog.net, user wasp, password intrusion. The only way to access this temporary server is through this phone. Cool.
Turbine C2 registry initiated.
Oh, but I haven't, apparently I've not, wait a minute, I thought I compromised this phone already.
Connection completed.
By activating a personal hotspot, the phone's CID backdoor module can establish a temporary connection between the smartphone and the Stinger OS that will act as a VPN remote access. So I bet, while we're at it, he's got a Pixel.
Turbine C2 registry initiated.
Okay. So we're already in there. Let's head back to the notes. Wait, it's forensics. Okay, so, oh, I have to type this one out, so 451dialog.net, wasp netrusion, and now we just need to find the hidden file. Oh my god, we did it! I think this is the last one.
You made it. Final step here, Agent. I doubt Dylan will say so, but I'd bet he's mighty proud of you right now. So let's show him what you're made of with a full simulation scenario. We used this before in the early test phases of the Stinger OS, and it stumped a lot of good agents. But I doubt you'll have the same difficulties. So prove me right, and earn your network intrusion certification. Oh, and when it's over, do yourself a favor and check on the bounties. Our partner agencies are always eager to work with qualified agents like you.
Thank you again for the host there, Septic Boy. I see that again. Glad that you're hanging around for this.
I'm gonna be your wingman in this real-life scenario, but outside some objectives I can point you towards, you'll be on your own. This'll test everything you've learned so far. External network attacks, intrusion, drone satellites, cell phone attacks, you name it, it's here. Ready? A group of hackers is targeting a journalist named Laura Walker, and we want to get to her before they do. Let's start by getting into Newstream Live's network.
Okay, this is going to be really cool. I'm looking forward to this one.
Network disconnected.
Okay, so
Information gathering module.
my favorite
initiated.
is actually the OSINT scan. So yeah, it would be nice if I actually included a target, huh? My rationale here too is that like newstreamlive.ca strikes me as the sort of thing that would be a lot more public than like superevilmegacorp.com. So right, so now we need to fingerprint it.
Information gathering module initiated.
So our print. So now we're gonna just look for a way to get into their systems. Sports news. Ah, cool. So tab complete also works for that. CDN Newsstream Live looks promising because it has an IP, but I don't think it'll matter in the end. right. So no luck there. I could open like another window and do like a Bing search or something like that, but we'll see if we can find anything in Ustream Live. Oh. So I found, I suspect it's the extranet that's going to do it. So if it triggered off of that, because we've already done sports. Yeah, what was I doing with Google? As it turns out, it was here. So now we're gonna find the
information gathering module.
We're gonna find how to hammer this thing. So search exploit share 2007. I'm assuming it's the same. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, it was a TCP IP. So let's bring up Fox Acid. So let's say SOAP request. Again, I don't know what HVM mount does, so that's the one thing the tutorial hasn't explained yet, is the difference between the rootkits. Okay, so and looks like it already figured out the rest, so here we go.
Fox acid attack launched. Fox acid attack successful.
All right, run a Fox Acid attack to gain Turbine C2 VPN access to the server. Didn't we just do that though?
Connection completed.
Nicely done. Now that we're in, let's gather data. See if there are any Newsstream Live internal servers that could give us some info on Laura Walker, her coworkers, and their current location.
Okay. So I feel like this is the one, this is where I get a little lost now. So I guess the WMI that I use for the net scan. I'm probably going to use Active Directory immediately after that. So
information gathering module.
Although employee registry seems pretty useful too. So I don't... Yeah, okay, I gotta think about this now. So...
X key score forensics initiated.
Right, okay, so the dig thing is the part that's weirding me out a little bit. So congratulations, agent, you just unlocked a list of employees from the Newsstream Live. You can start cross-referencing these entities and pattern analysis in your X-Keyscore forensics tool and find relations and important intel about your target. See what you can find out about Newsstream Live, and I think it's supposed to be Stream, not Steam, Laura Walker, and the other employees. Did it say Chris Hansen? That's really funny. Not the same Chris Hansen, apparently. That's Parliament. That's really cool. Hey, Canadians, it is a requirement that you stand up, that you salute, and you belt out the most patriotic "O Canada" that you can in the face of Parliament. That it's a law. That's the Peace Tower. You see that beautiful Canadian flag that is waving? I want to hear it from here. Okay, that nonsense aside.
X key score forensics initiated.
Laura Walker also. So this doesn't tell me that much on its own.
X key score forensics initiated.
So I'm just going to add individuals. So I want to find out the connection between Laura and any potential coworkers. So same story here, not a lot to go on. Addie Hathaway. It's 12:22 a.m. here. The sun is asleep. Okay, so we found the camera person. Andy? I salute you.
Wow, you're doing great. I'm looking at the evidence you just found. She shares the same company vehicle records as the cameraman, and it's been checked out a half hour ago. I think we got a serious lead here. Let me activate some of Ottawa City's data infrastructure in X-Keyscore so you can investigate further. Look at the service entities and see if one of them can help us out.
A list of services has been downloaded from the Ottawa Infrastructure Database. You now have access to raw data from services like CCTV, the airport, and the police department. You should investigate further and see if you can use one of these services to find the location of the camera crew. Yeah, everybody, you feeling like 100% comfortable with this shadowy organization trying to find the location of a reporter in the national capital? Nothing to see here, folks. All right. So let's start with the... It seems like traffic makes the most sense here. I probably should be doing traveling chatter. Forensic analysis to get partial relation between the entities. You should try and run the analysis in combination with another entity. Ah. Okay. I don't think the IDs and records are going to do anything for me here, but... I'm wondering if it's something like this. Huh. I'm trying to make a little more sense of like this partial record. So the thing that I think is a little weird here is if I just add these three entities on their own, I don't think there's anything informative that I get out of this. So I clearly need to pick some combination. So we'll say Laura Walker and Andy Hadaway. So this on its own shouldn't result in anything because there's no traveling chatter. Well, let's try the airport. It seems the least likely because they're not, like, I believe they're locals, but that's an assumption I'm making. Okay. Okay, so maybe if we get rid of Andy and we add News Stream Live. Bingo! Photo radar snapshot. I'm trying to figure out where this is. Okay, track the target's location using satellite view. Oh, I probably shouldn't have closed that so quickly then.
Keyscore forensics initiated.
45, negative 75. So that's this one, I think.
Drone and imagery intelligence active.
Device and vehicle tracking enabled. Locate the target's car and scan the wireless signatures. Oh man, you're really gonna make me do this?
Keyscore forensics
NSL-01.
Drone and imagery intelligence active.
You too, huh? Okay, scan the wireless signatures.
Smart billboards. That's gonna be fun. Gotta say, unsecured civilian technology is an invaluable asset. You don't follow, eh? Let me explain. You know the big billboards everywhere in a city? Well, these advertising people use technology to know how efficient they are. Each of them are configured with short-range scanners that looks for cell phone Wi-Fi signatures. You should know this already, but your cell phone is constantly looking for known Wi-Fi so it can automatically connect you. That's why you can walk in your home and don't have to manually activate your Wi-Fi. Well, these billboards are listening to the specific network activity from your cell phone.
Oh, this game is so
Because
good!
cell phones carry a unique signature, they can know how many unique devices have passed in front of their billboard. Now, let me show you how powerful such technology can be. First, we will hook ourselves into the Triumph Media Smart Billboard data feed, so we can track this real-time information. You already know the steps. Scan their network, investigate potential vulnerabilities, and deploy after midnight so we can get access to their internal network. Their main domain is triumpmedia.com. I won't hold your hand this time. It's time to show me what you learned.
And obviously the very serious music's come through.
You see those billboards around the city? They're called smart billboards. They're packed with Wi-Fi scanners to identify how many people pass in front of them, so they can charge the advertisers more money at busy intersections. Makes sense, right? But it also means we can hack the company that manages the billboards and use the data to triangulate Laura Walker's cell phone. Let's hope we can get to her in time.
Alright. Let's close that all down.
Information gathering module initiated.
Shout out to the Bing users. A journalist's life is on the line. But we'll still use Bing. Okay. Let's bring up the fingerprints.
Information gathering module initiated.
So I'm just doing the S-fuzzer for a minute while I'm doing all these here. Okay, got what we needed, so Metasploit.
Information gathering module initiated.
Oh, Searchplate, sorry. Okay.
Fox Acid server connection initiated.
So UDP, we'll use a seg fault because that's what it told us to do over here. As always, we're going to pick after midnight until it tells us to do otherwise. It should already be populated, and away we go.
Fox Acid attack launched.
So interestingly enough,
Nice
Acid
job.
attack
Now,
successful.
activate the VPN and go back to our satellite feed.
interestingly enough, S-fuzzer,
Start the
Connection
tracking
completed.
again. Hopefully they haven't left the area.
S-fuzzer did not actually get what we
Drone and
needed.
Imagery intelligence active.
We now have each billboard data feed in real time. When she gets in proximity of one of the smart billboards, click it so we get a snapshot of the active Wi-Fi data.
All right, so it looks like they're heading over here.
Good job. What you see here is the downloaded
So now we
data.
need to find one that matches.
It shows all unique cell phone signatures detected at the exact moment she was in the area. That's a lot of data, and sadly it won't help us pinpoint her exact cell phone's unique.
Stop talking so I can use this!
Billboard a second time. Good job for going with this. What you have here is the unique signature found at both locations. As you can see, we drastically narrowed the list. These duplicates are her and some of the cars following her. Hit it another time.
You're gonna get 2 phones. One is gonna be the journalist and the other one's gonna be the
Done,
assassin!
mate. Just connect to that cell phone and see what you can find.
But Apple can't
I'll
be
let you
hacked,
finish the
right?
report for Wheeler. It was nice working with you.
Network intrusion module initiated.
Alright, microphone. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I just don't know why they make chihuahua tuxedos.
What is that?
Yeah!
What the hell is going on?
Something's wrong with the car. Hold on, I'm pulling over.
Sorry if I wasn't clear on that, Citizen. That was the feature I was talking about. Like, there's definitely real life stuff that the tutorials will link you to.
Just died.
Don't get arrested, hidden citizen. Congratulations, you reached a new rank. A new avatar frame is now available on your agent profile. Now, I know, so number one, I know I scared a lot of people off just by doing more epic stuff. But for those of you who have been watching for a bit, I don't want it just to be a monologue or a dialogue between me and Hidden Citizen. Like, what are the... And by the way, I love the Mitchell and Webb reference there, Pax. I didn't say that out loud. What do some of you other guys think of this game? Okay. My elite hacker badge. I think I'm still going to keep the... I mean, there's some nice emblems in here. This is kind of tempting, but I really like my HAL. I'm still just a lowly cadet. It's just different. Ooh. Hey, this is cool. Oh, you know what? This is probably if you like own some of these games. I think it's interesting as hell, but you do have to say, and it's a sort of thing where you're not working through it yourself. You have a hard time following. Yeah, I need to get a little bit better at explaining what I'm doing, but we're out of the tutorials now, so... Oh, wow. This is like this is a totally different... This is like the background. I didn't realize that. I might actually go back to the default, because... Yeah, not that the Illuminati doesn't look beautiful and all, but I really do not react well to sudden changes in the look. Okay, so we're done the academy. We're now level 3. We've got story mode, we've got open world, and we've got bounties. I think in this particular case, we're going to do the first story mode mission. So all theaters of operation, Operation Castle Ivy. So it's like 4 hours in. We're done the tutorial. The tutorial will probably only take you like 2 hours, if that. But here we go.
Military-grade malware was stolen from 1904 by as of yet unknown means. SAD believes Bureau 121 to be behind the leak, but they have no proof to back their claims. A similar leak of an NSA exploit in 2017 caused approximately $10 billion in damage. So we need to work fast to locate this malware and assess the scope of the leak. Traces of it have recently been detected in the field, and things could go from bad to worse at any moment.
I believe the $10 billion in damage they're talking about is the WannaCry Okay, investigation, real life, minimal level beginner, ambient spy agent, military grade malware was stolen from Night Team Forum by as of yet unknown means. Assess the scope of the leak. Replay intro back to the globe. Absolute beginners. Let's do this.
Night Team 4 has partnered with the U.S. government to operate the Turbine platform. This platform is an automated management and control system for a large and dynamic network of implants. When when a malware is deployed, it's automatically registered as what we call a Turbine C2 card. C2 stands for Command and Control. It's basically a registry of backdoors we've secured to various networks. Each Turbine C2 card has its own operation ID and authorization code. Think of it as a Rolodex of covert access into a wide variety of networks. 4 hours ago, someone activated a piece of Night Team 4 malware known as Blood Dove without a valid operation ID. The deployment was unauthorized and unrelated to any ongoing or sanctioned missions. Your mission objectives are: connect to the Castle Ivy Turbine C2 card, use the WMI scanner to locate any local share folders, use the password attack tools to gain access, locate the copy of our Blood Dove malware.
All right, let me just...
Your mission objectives are: connect to the Castle Ivy Turbine C2 card, use the WMI scanner to locate any local share folders, use the password attack tools to...
Yep. So yeah, this is definitely... I think this is definitely an indication of why you can benefit from checking out the other tutorials, but... Okay, so investigate unauthorized use of the NT4 controlled malware in the field, connect to Castle Ivy. I think this is saying the exact same stuff before, so...
Oh wow, your first mission. This is exciting. Sergeant Wheeler's briefing was pretty straightforward, but if you have any issues with your file browser and password attack tools, you can always come back to the Academy and complete your digital forensics training. Good luck. Make me proud.
Thank you, Agent Dylan. I've already done it. Okay. First up,
Turbine C2 registry initiated.
Where is Castle Ivy? I guess it doesn't... Oh, here we go.
Connection completed.
Okay, so now we use WMI scanner,
Information gathering module
net scan.
initiated.
Okay, so enlightenment is going to be what we're looking for, so password attack.
Password attack and intrusion module initiated.
That seems to be wrong. Again, this is the part where I get weirded out. Enlightenment.
Target acquired. Awaiting variables to launch attack.
So at this point, again, I have no idea what to do with some of these other ones, so we'll just do a standard John the Ripper and see what we got. And we might as well get the file browser up.
Password successfully
BCC to the moon. Lightman. And we're looking for relevant files. Okay, so I should probably go back to the documents.
So, this script kiddie managed to infect themselves. That's pretty careless. Look at this list. There's a lot here, but all the malware is outdated. Some of them are at least 5 years old. Well, except uni74455.dll. No idea what that is. Never seen it before. Can you download it so I can get a closer look?
That's it. presumably there's like a next part to this. So beginner, military. Okay, master of pup. Okay, so it's different chapters. I get it.
Things just got a whole more complicated. The blood dove leak is bad news, but it looks like our arsenal wasn't the only one compromised. The main intelligence directorate of the Russian Federation, also known as GRU, confirmed UNI 74455.DLL as one of their projects. Well, not exactly confirmed, but I'll spare you the details. GRU agreed to help us on this case, and they've shared the identity of a suspect, Nathan Lightman. He's likely the owner of that computer you infiltrated. We've pulled his financial information, IDs, and records, and uploaded it to your X key score. Your mission objectives are: investigate Nathan Lightman's IDs and records and financial transactions, access his cell phone and analyze his recent activities, identify the details of Lightman's acquisition of military-grade malware.
Okay, so this is going to be the more detective-oriented one, I think. So apparently we lose rep with the GRU for doing this.
I've
I'll live
uploaded
with
the
it.
Russian intel on Nathan Lightman to your X key score. Let's try to figure out his phone's MAC address so we can use the CID backdoor module to get in. Wonder if we'll find a phone call with Alexei Navalny or something that explains why GRU has all this information on Lightman already.
Yeah, hidden citizen. Like,
Key score forensics initiated.
I do remember a couple of like phishing exercises that we had at work, but it definitely seemed very light compared to some of the stuff that they're talking about here. I am mildly curious about how I feel like this should be searching right now. There we go. I definitely feel like I'm a little curious about how my own workplace's policies stack up now knowing some of this. Okay, banking transactions. I'm going to assume we're going to see like he paid for something. Or, oh, maybe not. All right. So like one thing that I sort of look at here, okay, this is his Twitch. This is almost certainly his Twitch subscription, although it's $4.99, so maybe that's not right. One thing I would look at is like Culture Coffee. He seems to go there pretty regularly, so I would be using that for like looking at the Wi-Fi and stuff like that. Actually, I guess Xola does more than Twitch too, so but yeah, like these are
X key score forensics initiated.
oh my god, it's the Culture Coffee. It's making all sense now. Nathan Lightman, aliases Dark Lord Nath and Lightman the Lights, place of theirs Southampton, United Kingdom, date of birth 23rd February 1982, age 36, resident Salisbury, United Kingdom, British, he's engaged, no relatives, found his MAC address, and it's a Samsung phone. The next big thing, he is an entrepreneur, a life coach, and a cryptocurrency trader. I'm gonna put on a book at you! Life coach, are you kidding me? I would genuinely be thrown in jail if I did that. Hidden citizen. Parents recently deceased in a car accident, substantial inheritance, invested in various cryptocurrencies, in contact with several key blank illegal crypto networks, under surveillance by the GRU, and apparently he's been fingerprinted. Okay, so all we really needed out of here was the MAC address, which we've got. This is intrusion.
Network intrusion module initiated.
Okay, where were we? 09030 F6 C2 7C Samsung, and god damn you if it has to be all capitals. You're not saying he deserves to be hacked. You never say that. Find suspicious online activities. You mean other than the crypto trade info?
Well, no Progress Party membership card, but that's a Monero wallet ID. However, I'm not sure about that node ID.
Track down any of his online connections. I don't know what I do about that. Jim, dude, come over tonight. I just found the craziest site. You have to see this. Lamo. All right, I'll head over after dinner. The mom is encrypted? Now everybody's encrypted. Okay. I'm assuming here I need to
Information gathering module initiated.
take a peek at some of this. So, or maybe I can just fingerprint it because it's a full.
Information gathering module initiated.
So it's just the fact that it had like the dot in front of it.
Yeah, looks like a dead end. And we don't have a zero-day exploit for this technology either. Let's try something. Fire up your Hydra terminal. It's a multi-protocol command line interface you'll find in your network intrusion menu. Use the connect command to see if we can interface with this endpoint.
Okay, we're gonna learn something new.
Information gathering module initiated.
Welcome to the Hydra Terminal version 1.1. This module is a multi-protocol tool designed to initiate a connection with various low-level protocol, Internet of Things device, and SCADA systems. Connect will initiate a connection with a target domain using an indicated protocol. Example, connectwebcam.blackwatchman.com will initiate a connection to the sexiest Black Watchman content this side of the Internet. Sorry. Will initiate a connection to an external webcam associated with the information in our database. If the protocol is part of our database, your terminal will render the expected GUI to interact with the target. Run help command to display a detailed explanation of each of these commands and their parameters. Well, let's just take a quick look at... Yeah, so it's just... We're basically just trying anything we can find. Welcome to CryptNet. Enter a node ID. Ah, okay. Well, we've got that. So where is his phone, damn it? (091C). Let me in!
CryptNet network? Never heard of it before. But that's clearly where the trade took place. Last transaction shows a deal with a user who goes by Dr. Ripper.
Oh, you know what? That's probably my current reputation with the Russians.
The network you found, CryptNet, is a trading hub for malware, stolen credit cards, and other illicit virtual goods. It uses the cryptocurrency Monero, an open source blockchain based on the CryptoNote protocol that uses an obfuscated public ledger, meaning it's almost impossible to trace. Since following the money won't work, we'll need to pursue other options to flush out our target. Look in CryptNet for potential trades we could initiate with Dr. Ripper. Dylan has uploaded a series of infected intel into your local host that you can use. These compromised payloads will help us get our foot in his network. But don't worry, it's all been carefully vetted, so nothing you leak will impact the Five Eyes. Your mission objectives are: identify the file we need to make a trade with Dr. Ripper. Complete a transaction on CryptNet using infected intel. Establish a Turbine C2 connection with the target's network. Intercept intel to help us locate the target and evaluate the threat.
Okay, this is gonna be a neat one. So this is definitely like the thing that's neat about this mission is that none of these details. You just keep downloading the real life tools this game is showing you. You're probably gonna be on some list. You better turn on your VPN. Hidden Citizen, I'm gonna feel really bad if you get into trouble as a result of this game. Okay, so what's neat about this one is that, like, the mission objectives do not necessarily lend themselves to, like, oh, I'm obviously going to be using this tool here, so this is definitely kind of a little bit more of, like, the puzzle side of things. So connect to your local host using the file browser module, activate a file on the file browser to trade with Dr. Ripper. Complete a transaction on CryptNet, wait for Dr. Ripper to inspect the file and trigger the malware, connect to the turbine. Yep.
I've loaded a set of infected intel onto your local host. To access it, simply fire up your file browser using localhost as the URL. Once there, click the file you want to activate for the trade. It's all pretty juicy stuff, and may ruin some careers or reshuffle military budgets, but don't worry, none of it will have any real impact.
Oh, that's a shame that I can't switch between... Okay, I'm going to open a fresh desktop here just because it's getting a little cluttered, but I don't know if I'm going to lose any, or if I need to lose any of those details. So, localhost. Surely there has to be, like, something useful. Canadian ceases. Okay, I'm not allowed to. Hey, these are pretty... This is solid stuff. Like the air and... Yeah, okay. Apparently I'm not allowed to download any of it, though. I feel like there is a detail here that I'm... Like, I feel like here we go. Moscow CIA code names and aliases, Northrop Grumman weapon blueprints, Cheyenne backdoor access, Trezor 1 exploiter, Chinese embassy password lists, and SCADA. Can we give up something that's, like, not... Yeah, that'll work. Complete a transaction on CryptNet. Now this is an interesting question. How exactly do I intend to do that? There's a network administrator add-on. I need to look. Oh, there's quite a few. Okay, so there's soundtrack, season 2, enduring content, Mother Russia. Are you sure it's a network administrator add-on for this? Because I see, like, the total amount of DLC. Oh no, sorry, this is the Black Watchman. Okay, Night Team 4, you're here somewhere. What's going on with this? Holy smokes. Join our team as a game designer. This extension grants you access to the game editor's toolset. You will be able to create your own HiveMind server node in the NT4 universe. Your node will be accessible by your fellow agents, who will then try to break into your trading outpost to share resources. NT4 agents will have the opportunity to rate your server node based on the content quality, difficulty level, and the amount of fun they had interacting with your creation. So it's like Mario Maker for this. Jesus, this is a really smart idea for a game. I am astonished that I never heard of this before. And it's called Alice and Smith. I think I was calling it Smith and Alice, because I'm just bad. Ah, okay.
Good job. Now, wait a little for Dr. Ripper to inspect the package and complete the transaction. As soon as this network is infected, a Turbine C2 card will be automatically registered to your Stinger OS.
Okay, so presumably at this point we're just waiting.
Well, that was faster than expected. Let's hurry up. Connect to the network and launch your man in the middle interface. It's the second icon at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, so Hidden says, I believe that should be available to you as a player, full stop.
Connection completed.
Okay, right, so...
We're dealing with a local network, so it should be quite straightforward. Use ARP poisoning to put yourself between the computer and the router so we can intercept the network traffic.
Now what's not obvious to me is...
Turbine C2 registry initiated.
55... Yeah, so it's not obvious to me which one of these it should be.
Good job. Now, let's spy on the network traffic. Launch the URL snapper module. I'll patch in so I can analyze the data on my station as well.
Network intrusion module initiated.
It's good music cue right now, so now we're just like sitting down. What's gonna happen?
Oh, nice! A smart house system. We could definitely use that to get a more precise location than from what the IP would. Whoa, what the... Hold on. That's a level 3 key fob request. And it's ours. Get out! Get out! Get out! Close the connection! Close everything now! Right now!
Turbine C2 network disconnected.
And the plot thickens. All right. Seek and destroy. It doesn't say how many chapters there are in this, so...
What I am about to say is beyond confidential. There will be no paperwork for this mission. You understand me? We have got a very delicate situation and we need to act fast. What you see here is our drone view of West End, in the borough of Charlottenburg-Wilmersdorf, Berlin. Somewhere in this area there is an LVL-319-4 USB key fob. These devices are packed with military-grade 256-bit encryption code. When attached to a computer or other electronic appliance, these protection devices unlock software functionality or enable access to highly secure content. The German Federal Intelligence Service knows of our ongoing operation in their digital space. There is a lot of confusion here, and LVL-3 key fobs are classified at the highest level. I'll have time to go into details later, but right now, we don't want it to fall into enemy hands. And to be blunt, we'd rather not have our allies discover its existence either. Bureaucracy will get in the way long before we can get to the exact location of the device, or contact trusted local assets to get on location. While we're still evaluating our options, you will need to be proactive. Deploy our drone and see if you can use your access to the smart house to help us get a head start here. Dylan will be on hand for the full operation. Act fast and with intention. This needs to be dealt with as quickly and quietly as possible. Your mission objectives are: deploy our MQ-1 heat cam attack drone and scan the area. Take control of the smart house system and attempt to pinpoint the exact location of the target. Lock in and wait for further instructions.
All right, 5213.
No time to waste. Let's get the drone in position and ready to engage. I'm passing the command to your terminal. Location is 52 latitude, 13 longitude. Activate the heat cam and arm weapons when you're in. Hopefully it won't come to that, but we need to be ready to strike immediately if it does.
Drone and imagery intelligence.
This is what we used on the journalist.
Activate the Turbine C2 card and get back into Dr. Ripper's network. Do you remember how to use your man in the middle interface? With the help of your Hydra terminal, you should be able to get a connection to the smart house system.
Turbine C2 registry. Connection completed.
Actually, I don't think there's anything useful I get out of that.
Network intrusion module initiated.
Yeah, I don't 100% understand how this works. Okay, well. Not much going on there.
Information gathering module initiated.
I feel like there's some details in here.
Activate the Turbine C2 card and get back into Dr. Ripper's network. Do you remember how to use your man-in-the-middle interface? With the help of your Hydra terminal, you should be able to get a connection to the smart house system.
Ah.
Information gathering module initiated.
So... Oop. Yeah, now I'm grasping at straws. So let's think about this again. Well,
Information gathering module initiated.
I don't think I typoed it, but yeah. Okay, well, clearly I can clear out. Remember when they said that that needed to be dealt with really quick? Oh, hang on.
Information gathering module initiated.
The thing is, I just don't quite understand how the man in the middle comes into play here.
Information gathering module initiated.
All right, have a good one, Pax. Sorry, sorry, I don't have a whole lot to say about this right now, but I'm trying to figure it out for myself.
Activate the Turbine C2 card and get back into Dr. Ripper's network. Do you remember how to use your man-in-the-middle interface? With the help of your Hydra terminal, you should be able to get a connection to the Smart House system.
Oh, okay, you know what? Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong.
Information gathering module initiated. Information gathering module initiated.
Where was it?
Turbine C2 registry initiated.
So it asked me, do I remember how to use my man-in-the-middle interface? I feel like I do. So I'm slightly curious what happens. Yeah, so it turns out by just sheer luck, I somehow wound up getting the right combination here. Okay, so clearly this is my only option here. The RTMP does not seem to be providing me anything useful on its own.
Network intrusion module initiated.
So my last option is something to do here.
Activate the Turbine C2 card and get back into Dr. Ripper's network. Do you remember how to use your man-in-the-middle interface? With the help of your Hydra terminal, you should be able to get a connection to the Smart House system.
Yeah, and so this is like...
Information gathering module initiated.
Oh, it's probably as easy as that. Yeah. So I just need to identify the house. Okay, so 7... Sometimes... All right, so now we need to locate it. Ah, no, because we have thermal imaging, so we hit preheat mode. And now we take a look.
Drone and imagery intelligence active.
I feel like we're so close to where we need to be on this. Oh, okay. We just got it to where we need it to be.
Hive mind drone and imagery intelligence active.
Hey, I got something! I'm registering a localized heat variation. Was that you? Check it out in the drone feed.
So it's obviously one of these three. Oh my god, I have to pick one of three? There's gotta be more evidence as to who this is.
Drone and imagery intelligence active.
Wait, did I just really log out? Ah, damn it, I'm an idiot.
Information gathering module initiated.
This is a really neat little way of doing this puzzle. I just obviously I just ruined the drama.
Drone and imagery intelligence active.
I feel like there's got to be more information here somewhere. Or even like a zoom or something like that.
Key score forensics initiated. Drone and imagery intelligence active.
The other thing that weirds me out a little bit is that, so if this is 121 degrees...
Drone and imagery intelligence active.
You preheated the barbecue? Sneaky! But you did it! We got the location. I'm patching you to Wheeler now.
The Germans are about to get their hands on a level 3 NT4 key fob. This will give them access to a militarized zero-day exploit. Stuff way above our pay grade. Your guess is as good as mine as to what this can compromise. Power grids, first responders, banking systems, water treatment, you name it. We've been authorized to take any and all necessary steps to avoid this, but deniability will not cover us this time. Whatever action we take, we will have to deal with the consequences directly. You have control of the drone, and I've been ordered not to interfere. From here, the choice is yours. Agent Dillon and I will stand by you regardless of the outcome. But act quickly. The Germans will be on site any moment.
Action require... Oh my god. I see no reason to take out the German authorities. Like, I have no idea why the Americans are going to be so happy about that, but...
Agent Colby reporting. Drone operations. Confirming PID of Oyster. Weapon is armed. Target locked. 3, 2, 1. Rifle, rifle, rifle. Weapons away.
Target destroyed, and the level 3 key fob has not been compromised. Good job, Agent. Division 66 is going to have to organize one hell of a cover-up.
Cool. All right. What did you guys think of that? So community storyline vote, 79% took the target, 15% took out the target and the German authorities, and 6% basically let the mission fail. Interesting. Whew. I feel like I really want to do another mission, but obviously they take a while, and I'm not sure how much time I have available. Yeah, well, but I suppose anything with like a drone is very Ender's Game. So here's what I'm gonna do. Let's try. So open world missions are optional assignments for agents looking for a bigger challenge. You'll need to venture outside of the Stinger OS in order to investigate and come back to execute your attacks. Complete these challenges for special rewards. I'd like to do this, but I feel like this might be a little too much to do tonight. So let's try one of these bounties. So we could be very patriotic and help CSIS infiltrate a series of pharmaceutical companies around the world. Help the DGSE. Who is a DGSE? This thing expires in 11 minutes, so if I'm going to do it, I need to do it right now. CSIS has one that expires in 42 minutes. Oh, it's both of these. Okay, well, let's... All right, then. SpartanTitans.com.
Information gathering module initiated.
Oh, friend. Thank you, Oben. Let's scan. I wish I could copy.
Imagery intelligence active.
Spartan Titans.
Information gathering module initiated.
Right. This is just in case we don't find anything too exciting. I also have a feeling that because these are bounties, this will take longer than, or this will be a little more complicated than some of the basics. Print login. Okay. Oh, what am I doing? Nope, 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 nope.
Information gathering module initiated.
Search, exploits, Kami. So we know that there's a vulnerability here. This will allow us to go into Fox Acid.
Server connection.
So it tells us TCP/IP here, content spoofing. This is one that we've used before. And as always, we do after midnight because I don't know what any of the other ones do. And we should be... It was login, right? Yes.
Fox acid attack launched. Fox acid attack successful. Connection completed.
Okay. Supplier URL. So I guess that makes as much sense to scan here.
Initiated.
Nothing. All right. Now this is where
registry initiated.
I think this is where I get a little lost.
Drone and imagery intelligence Active. Network intrusion module.
We're back on track.
Initiated.
So we'll see if there's anything. This looks promising. Aya arms. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yemen dancing snakes, Victoria Clark. I'm feeling comfortable enough with that. Oh, I suck. I could have sworn that seemed like such a solid lead. Okay, yeah, I mean it keeps repeating. It's actually just cycling through the same batch here. So
Information gathering module. Initiated.
So unless there's some other...
Network intrusion module. Initiated.
I really feel like this is still our best option. Ah, all right. That makes sense. So we've got half an hour to help CSIS with the... Okay, target aventech.com, find the path of their ERP server. Okay, so similar story here. Let's start with...
Information gathering module. Initiated.
Yeah, they definitely don't tell you that. I'm also unclear about some of the man-in-the-middle attacks. Scan Avennet. I think I got that wrong. Aventech.com. I'm so bad at this. Depth 100 or 1000. And again, the plan that I personally do here is once I get sort of this little seed amount, I can do an S-fuzzer. So like this is a great example of something that's probably not going to reveal that much. So S-fuzzer. And while all this stuff is running, I've got a head start on I'm assuming every bounty is not just like, you know, find some some exploit. Although the fact there was only 2. Oh, okay. Well, apparently every mission really is that easy. So
Information gathering module
we have done the Cisco
initiated.
one before. Search exploit Cisco VPN client. Fox Acid wants
server connection initiated.
UDP, content spoofing. Again, we find out what after midnight. I really need to figure out what HVM mount is. And away we go.
Fox acid attack launched. Fox acid attack success. Connection completed.
Okay. So with luck, the WMI scanner will...
Information gathering module initiated.
This is it. We'll do one more. So what do you guys think now that you're seeing some of the missions and the bounties and all of that? The bounties are definitely feeling a little more straightforward, so globalpharmacourt.com.
Information gathering module initiated.
Again, similar idea here. I'll open up the fingerprint database. I'll do an S-fuzzer while we're looking for other goodies. Ooh, yeah, I'm really going to need to work on that. So, global time 60. I have to do that actually, so. This will probably take a long time, or this will take longer than what I'll need for this, but yeah, not surprising we didn't find it or anything. So turns out a minute's a really long time to wait for all of this, but it's what I've got. I suppose I could do a Google search as well. I was getting clever with Bing, but well, nothing's stopping me from doing that now, I guess.
Information gathering module initiated.
We got 20 seconds on the S-fuzzer, so that'll probably be a little bit more meaningful than the Google one. Yeah, Google just gave us. So we can do the same, but this time we'll double the length. Yeah, it looks like it's just globalpharmacorp.com all on its own. So I guess we got to get clever now. What are some of my other options? I know...
Key score forensics.
Yeah, I figured key score is not going to allow me to work on a bounty. Okay, so this is all the same. At least we get an IP from this one. I feel like Hydra is probably not the way to go with this, but
Initiated.
yeah. So let's think about some other ways that we can try and work with this. Huh. Okay, well that closes that possibility. Up to 5 simultaneous sources. Doesn't say what the sources are, though. I feel like this is not the right way for me to approach this, but... Sniper Guy Gaming, thank you very much for the host. How you doing? I don't think there's a journal in the game, but you can take like photos of evidence that you find. What were you up to tonight, Sniper Guy Gaming? I know the Cool Eagle was in here a little bit earlier, but he's probably off doing his own stream right now. And welcome to all of you who came from Sniper Guy Gaming's channel. This is definitely not the best way for me to spend this time. Oh, turns out there is a journal. It's the notepad. Apparently there's no way to close the notepad either. So it won't let me do social engineering. Hey, Cool Eagle's here as well. Kina Star, Sniper Guy Gaming, the Cool Eagle, Swift Strike Mike, engaging in lurk mode, but everybody follow him, System Chalk. He's awesome. I don't know. I definitely feel like I wound up talking about things that are not. Oh no. Is the audio still going for the game? I think it might be. Hopefully the new version of OBS. I've lost my audio and it's really dark here, so just give me a second, guys. Terrible timing. There's my... Okay, so this might kill the audio. Okay, the only thing is I don't hear audio. All right, now I bet... Oh no, we all hear it. We all hear it. Lovely. All right, you're all good people for putting up with my incompetence. Thank you very much. What was Cool Eagle playing tonight? A lot of you have already heard my shout-outs of him, but Sniper Guy Gaming is also a streamer. I believe Cool Eagle and Sniper Guy have been doing Stellaris co-casts lately. A lot of fun, both wonderful human beings. I know Cool Eagle much better than Sniper Guy Gaming, but... Okay, it was Stellaris. So Cool Eagle was definitely too generous to say, I'm going off to start my own stream now. But that's absolutely what he was doing, and hopefully you guys watched him. Defeated the Scourge and the Awoken Fallen Empire. Oh, look at you. I wound up going on for entirely too long about the Epic Store with somebody in chat, and I don't think anybody was edified for the experience. But we did get through the tutorial. We did do a mission. This is a super cool game, and I'm going to have to warn you guys, I've been streaming for like 2 hours past what I normally do, so I may not be around for that much longer. But let's see if we can crack global Pharma Core, because this is bugging me now. We need to find the vulnerable subdomain on the server. Oh, you know what? That is probably the mission. Like, this is why it's so hard. Well, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to do an sfuzzer, and we're going to do global Pharma Core. And then we're going to do time. And this time we're going to do 2 minutes, which is going to seem like an eternity. But I get to tell you all about how cool the Cool Eagle is. So he's been doing some Prison Architect, he's been doing some Battletech, he was watching this. Actually, Cool Eagle, here's an interesting approach to this. So we've had one person who bought this and was just absolutely floored by the level of like real world information. I'm going to give you guys a bit of a taste of that while this thing is running too. But before you go into lurk mode, how would you describe this game to your viewers? In the meantime, I'm just going to try and go for something really like man in the middle. Oh, you know what? Cthulhu hacking. God, I hope this doesn't reset all my stuff. Oh, yeah. No, sorry, I'm not giving that up just to show you guys the links. They're like links to real life tool. Oh, Jesus Christ. Actually, I'm going to open a second one of these, and while we're struggling, let's do an S-Fuzzer global pharmacore. This one, let's say we're going to do a 5-minute search. Now, I don't actually want this thing to run for the whole period of time, but this is basically just going to be counting down while I think of some other alternatives. Now, what we can do here, so again, this game has a lot of information that's sort of based on the real world. So what we're doing right now inside the game, we've got a bounty from CSIS. They're looking to infiltrate a series of... Oh, okay. Apparently the DGSE needs help tracking down a problematic soldier of fortune's recruitment officer. But it looks like there is a... So it's like a big bonus, but the SSA, who I don't know who that is, so let's double check. I actually don't really know that much about... the Social Security Administration? Somehow I don't think that's right. South African Security Agency? Cool. Night team gets around. Yeah, so I'm not 100% sure if I want to sacrifice rep in order to be able to gain some with France. I don't know why I canceled that, but I'm going to be very sad in a moment. Okay, so the next thing I need to think about, you basically in this game, if you do help, you've got a list of available commands. So you've got the S-Fuzzer and the OS int scan. So help, S-Fuzzer, help. So dictionary attack on all uncommon vhost names and possible variations. I get the server IP or root level domain name, and then set a time limit in seconds for the scan. Actually, this is interesting. So what if I were to do a test on the IP that I find? So let's just do a quick OS int scan on global pharmacore, source Google. Oh. And then time, let's just do a 10-second one on that. Oh, it's a depth, not a time. So let's try instead an OS int scan. Wait, is that right? Yeah, so let's try OS int scan 34, 195, 26, 22. We'll use Google again. Actually, we can use Bing as well. And we'll use a 1000 depth. So essentially in the background here, this thing's just going to be trying a bunch of different permutations. I really don't think this is going to turn out for us. So what I'm trying instead is to use the IP to see if that winds up giving me anything different. And ultimately what we're trying to do is we're trying to find something that we're trying to find like a toehold to penetrate this. Aha. All right.
Information gathering module.
So let's go for fingerprint. So what we're going to do here, this module executes an array of attack strategies to help you identify the technology software sitting at the receiving end of a specific open port. So we're going to see if this new thing we found, which is www.gpcextranet.com, we'll see if that has any vulnerabilities. I have a feeling this will probably be the one that cracks it open for us. Oh, nope. Interesting. Okay, so I'm going to try the S fuzzer on 34, 185, 26, 22. And again, this will be the... you're kidding me. S fuzzer is not currently supported on subdomains, only on root domain names. Help S... Server IP or root level domain name. Isn't that... I feel like I should be able to do an S-fuzzer on this. That wasn't a deliberate 69, but that's hilarious that that turned out that way. Okay. So we still haven't found anything of about after 3.5 minutes of running. Now that's not surprising because we had like one run that was 3 minutes long already. Okay, well, let's work with what we've got. I rather wish I kept the results from that other search that I did. Where are my IPs? Oh, I don't have any of the IPs. That's very sad. Okay. It's 100. Okay, so a scent scan, 34, 195, 26, 22. We'll use Google and Bing, Yahoo. What are the other search engines? So DuckDuckGo isn't in there. Alta, no. I can have up to 5 search engines, but I don't know 5 search engines. Let's take a look. Night team for search engines. TBW? Neat. That must be the Black Watchman. So this time we're going to do a full 10,000. Yeah, Ask Jeeves is not implemented, Woven. So 10,000 is going to take a while. The catch is I really don't know what else I do. So we're able to find 2 using that approach. Thing is, this takes a while. I suppose the next thing I can try to is... this we can just keep chugging along in the background, but like I'm not actually going to sit here for 2 hours and watch this thing run by. The problem with me setting 10,000 in the search engines is that it doesn't show me the results until they finish all of the scans. The nice thing about the S-fuzzer is that it shows me stuff as it finds it. Resonance Factor. This is a really neat game called Night Team 7. So this is by Alice and Smith. It turns out it's a Montreal developer. This thing got a Kickstarter. I believe it raised like twice its funding. Now, Hidden Citizen has actually been the one to like really go Night Team 4. Did I say Night Team 7? Because if I said that, then I'm an idiot. Hidden Citizen has actually probably been an even bigger fan of this than I have been. But basically, the two... like the company behind this has done like these alternate reality games for other companies. So they did like one for No Man's Sky. They did one for Secret World Legends. There's actually some references to the Secret World inside of this game. I feel like I'm missing out on another one. They've done there's a really big one that they did. I feel kind of bad for missing out on. Anyways, it really got my attention. One, because I had missed out on their previous game. Oh, that's right. They did the Bloodline 2 ARG. That's the one I was thinking of. But yeah, so they definitely do these interesting and very unique games. The other thing that's kind of neat about this is they've done a game called The Black Watchman, and this has been such a great opportunity for me to really rediscover, because it seems like a game that would be very much up my alley, and yet I really, like, I didn't pick it up for some reason, and I'm trying to remember why I didn't. But playing this and seeing how interesting and unique it is, I'm really thinking about going back and checking out that particular title, Blackwatch Archives. I'm not sure what that is, but so far as I can tell, there are 3 games that they've made. There's the Black Watchman. There is Night Team 4, which is their most recent game. This was released on February of this year. So Night Team 4 was released February 26th, 2019. Anario, The Dream World, was released on December 2016. And then The Black Watchman was released on August 27th, 2015. Now, what's really neat about this one is the write-up for The Black Watchman definitely seems like something that a lot of you guys would be interested in. So it says, become a secret agent and investigate paranormal activities in this dark Lovecraftian universe. This alternate reality game will have you explore complex puzzles in-game, but also in real life, interacting with real websites, companies, and NPCs that we created as part of our universe. So Night Team 4 seems to be it seems to be taking place in like the world of this, of the Black Watchman, but I don't actually know anything about the Black Watchman. So it's a tough one for me to say how much I'm missing out on. But Hidden Citizen had a really interesting find out of this one. It's a bit of a pricey extension to it, but this game has a system administrator DLC where you can actually build. I'll give it the, I'll let them take the full description here. So it says, warning, this editor is still in first beta version. Many modules need an exact configuration to work. Until we have all of the guides and tutorials published, we have set up a dedicated Discord channel to help network administrators build their hive mind. So join our team as game designer. This extension grants you access to the game editor's toolset. You'll be able to create your own HiveMind server node in the NT4 universe. Your node will be accessible by your fellow agents, who will then try to break into your trading outpost to share resources. NT4 agents have the opportunity to rate your server node based on the content quality, difficulty level, and the amount of fun that they had interacting with your creation. This bundle includes web access, Chrome browser required, to our network administrator editor. This is the same tool that we are using to create content in the game. Limited time co-creative session with our team to design the artwork for your HiveMind network, including the network's official crest. 10 exclusive intel assets to begin to build your trading hub. These are the rewards players can get by hacking your network, and 3 Stinger OS skins, avatars, and titans. And then there's like, it shows you the packs and all of that. But like, this is such an interesting idea. It's not the first time this is done. Julian Gollop's game that he made before Phoenix Point, called Chaos Reborn, had a backer tier for a really long time where you would like run your own like realm inside the game, and so it's not the first time that there's been sort of like premium access for people to like build content and stuff like that. But especially because this game is already so engaging, I'm definitely finding it, it's a very attractive kind of a purchase. I'd kind of like to have my basics in the game down a little bit better. So being able to explain what some of the rootkits are, or being able to see like why I'm able to do man-in-the-middle attacks using one method. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. That was not great. Well, while I'm waiting, I've already got the information that I need. So all of these have come from Google. So at this point, we won't extend our time waiting for any of these other details. I'll double it up. You're saying like this game is IT NetSec for the SCP Foundation or something. I don't know what all of those terms mean, but IT NetSec definitely sounds like... Wait, I feel like I should know what SCP is. Yeah, I don't have it, resonance factor. Okay, so I got to think a little bit more about what's going on. Since the DNS and vhost mapping is what I need to get this done. I'll open a third one just to see. This module is a recon and mapping tool designed to help you discover a target subdomain in its DNS configurations. These tools are here to help you map out the target's exposed online services. So the S-Fuzzer uses a dictionary attack strategy to find common subdomains and possible variations of a target. Using a distributed proxy network, the tool processes an average of 150 attacks per second on a specific domain name and its servers. You can define the duration of the attack as a parameter. So like this one here, we're doing a 2-hour attack like this. I have a feeling it's not actually going to take this long. So essentially it's just like running in the background on the odd chance I can't find anything else, but honestly I don't expect this to work really well. Next one, OSINT scan. So uses public search engine databases to discover existing subdomains. By using various query strategies, it will find all index pages and reconstruct the target subdomain configuration. OSINT processes 100 search engine results every 5 seconds. You can define the depth of the research as a parameter. So that's what we're running right now on Google. We're basically OSINT scan the IP address this time rather than the sort of the main name. We're using google.com, and in this case we're doing a depth of something like 20,000, which would still be shorter to run than the previous one because we were doing 3 search engines the last time. Or no, we were doing 4 search engines, so this should actually run in half the time. Search any trace of newstreamlive.ca subdomain in Google's database with a scan limit set to the first 500 results. And these are all of the like, so my only other options are exit and purge, which are... Have you tried closing your eyes and reopening them again? God, bed sounds like a good idea, but yeah, so
X key score forensics initiated.
So like X key score shouldn't be applicable here because it's not like this is me doing bounties for other intelligence agencies.
Hive mind network active.
Yeah, so this is where everybody, like all of those servers that we were talking about, get generated. I'm not quite ready to take on one of those. I've got
Drone and imagery intelligence active.
no information whatsoever of where this place's headquarters is, and more importantly, I don't think I would really be gaining anything through that GPS, so that's not helpful. No domains from Google? That can't be right. We find that at a 10,000, but not at a 20,000? Here's what I'm going to do instead, though. I'm going to see what we can find. So, SINT, GPC extranet.com. We'll use Google again. This time we're just going to do a depth of 1,000. I'm mildly curious to see whether or not this GPC extranet is going to be sort of that link that we... Aha! Got him. God, that's rewarding. It probably took me a lot longer than it should have, but still rewarding. Okay, let's close all this out. So as much as I'd like to do more bounties, in this case I'm going to decline it. Are you sure you want to decline this bounty? This will definitely, definitively destroy the bounty. So this is just because we're going to lose rep on this one. We got nothing available to us here. So I think this might actually be the hard end to the game. The only other thing that I could think of, so open world is mildly tempting, but when it says stuff like chapter 1 and whatnot, it is entirely possible that these wind up being like extended chapters, much like it could just be that these are harder than story mode. Tell you what though, even though Cool Eagle says, all right, System Talk, you're bowing out for the night, you have a good one. Okay, sounds good. I actually think I'm probably gonna have to wrap it up myself as well. Let's begin one chapter of Operation Dark Sentinel. Let's at least give you guys, especially if you guys are interested in this thing, feel free to just throw as many questions as you have coming out, because this might wind up being fairly brief. But let's at least do Operation Dark Sentinel. Let's see what's going on inside of that. We'll start the mission, and then we'll find another time to play this, because I am definitely interested in doing more of this game, if you guys are interested in watching more of it.
Network disconnected. Loading Stinger OS log file. Station 15. Agent Jules, October 17th, 2016. Playback started. Information gathering module initiated.
Position, latitude 32, longitude -117.
Drone and imagery intelligence active.
32 minus 117, confirm. Deploying satellite imagery. That's California, San Diego, next to the Mexican border. It's like a mall and a parking lot next to the freeway.
Tracking code 736D6F 72726973.
7360 6F 72 72 69 73, confirmed. U.S. Postal Service, something similar.
3 minutes to ground contact.
Information gathering module initiated.
Copy that. I'll get you as much intel as I can. Uploading station logs to X-Keyscore.
X-Keyscore forensics initiated.
Cross-referencing her last 24-hour station activities with the Soft Crash project. I poked around the Ropa Group network, but didn't get far. Morphomedical? Really? She assigned a C2 channel on Soft Crash. I just got the log activity.
2 and 30 to ground contact.
Okay, that's level 3 backdoor access to the Morphomedical mainframe. Must have been acquired some time ago. This stuff's from 2014. What the hell were you doing in there, Samantha?
2 minutes 15.
Indicate access to the main Soft Crash repository with activity for at least 3 hours.
Turbine C2 registry initiated.
Connecting to the Morpho C2 channel.
Connection completed.
Poisoning active. Connecting to the main firewall.
2 minutes.
Launching packet sniffer.
Network intrusion module initiated.
Sniffer running. I'll stream the firewall activity logs to see what's going on. Not sure what I'm looking at here. Is that a background process?
Minute 30.
Seems like a payload is being moved. Can you run 213 1.59.2.62.
Warning. Intrusion detected on level 2 firewall. Information gathering module initiated. Security protection activated. Shutting down all external network activity. System in lockdown mode.
No.
Ground unit, proceed with caution. We don't have eyes on target. Mothership is down. Repeat, mothership is down.
Network disconnected.
The tracking done to regain 19-4's assets will lead to a much deeper investigation. Strength and endurance. Is this actually down
Our
there?
MQ-9 Reaper successfully struck the target. However, all joint operations with Germans have halted as a result. The Dr. Ripper leak was unprecedented, so it warranted unprecedented action. Therefore, we contacted our allies within Russian intelligence to obtain further insight into the situation. They uncovered the following German document. I've uploaded the following to your station: the satellite view of the house, the German police report from the raid, and evidence found at the scene. As you will see, there's not a lot to work with. It's a rough start, Agent, but I have confidence in you. Your mission objectives are: review all intel gathered from the raid, infiltrate any third parties involved with Dr. Ripper, raid their networks and all internal databases.
Okay, so now I'm trying to figure out what all that video we just saw was about.
I added a new folder to your localhost. To access it, use your file browser module and type localhost as the address. You won't need a username or password to get in since it's on your station. We don't have much to go on here, but at least that's a start. My advice: if you can't access a network through regular means, try using your social engineering toolkit instead.
I wonder what we're going to wind up using. All right, let's start with... Okay, report prepared by the specialist Shrad. I'm not even going to try. At 3:26 on 2/10/18, a UAV destroyed a private residence in Charlottenburg, Wilmsdorf, with a air-to-surface missile. The residence at blank Berlin was hit with an AGM-114 Hellfire missile approximately 3 minutes before Ground Unit 193 arrived on the scene. Ground Unit 193 had been alerted to the location previous to the attack by possible at the residence. They are assumed to be linked, but the circumstances of the connection are unknown at this time. Ground Unit 193 responded immediately, contacting local emergency services and scouring the remains of the residence. No casualties were found on the residence, nor was any evidence of the blank. Firefighters arrived on the scene at approximately 3:41 and extinguished the structural fire before it could spread to nearby buildings. A throughout investigation of the residence revealed little of interest other than the missile fragments used to identify the AGM-114 Hellfire. Radar monitoring of the airspace surrounding the Charlottenburg-Wilhelmsdorf in the minutes preceding and following the attack revealed the presence of an MQ-9 Reaper UAV in the area. Neither how the UAV entered Berlin airspace undetected nor the controller of the vehicle are known at this time, and both are still under active investigation. The residence was owned by Dan Friedel, but appears to have been occupied primarily by temporary tenants who rented the property through an online hospitality company, Kruger Services. Human analysis are in the process of compiling reports on both subjects. There's not a lot for me to go with in there, but I feel like I should keep this around. Okay, real estate deed. Real estate deed was executed on the 14th day of March 2012. Grantor by grantor Marcel Muller, whose current address is Innisbruckers STR 72 10825 Berlin Journey. The grantee Dan Friedel, whose current address is Kahnstrasse 50 10627 Berlin Journey. So that might be useful. we'll see. Habenden, Wiseth, by the said grantor for good and valuable consideration, the receipt of which is hereby acknowledged, is hereby remise, release, and quit claim to the said grantee forever all right, title, interest, and claim which the said grantor has into the following described parcel of land and improvements and appurtenances thereto in the federal state of Berlin, Federal Republic of Germany. Description of property beginning at Point POB on the west side of Lindley Strasse, 50 meters north of the corner formed by the intersection of the west boundary of Lindley and the north boundary of... Why does it have to be German? Thence east 90 degrees, 200 meters, thence north 300 meters, thence west 200 meters, thence direct to the POB. The address of the parcel of land is currently acknowledged by both the grantor and the grantee as Lindley 18 14050, Berlin, Germany, on the day and year of the first above written. In witness thereof, the said grantor has signed and sealed these presents. In these presents, the day and year of the first above written, signed, sealed, and delivered in the presence of Marcel Muller. Okay, so Marcel Muller is a name. We already knew Dan Freindel was one of our persons of interest. The current address is also of interest to me. Recovered business card. Okay, KrugerServices.de is going to be one that I want to take a look at. Prenzner Platz ruins satellite view. Not a lot for me to do with that, to be totally honest. Okay, so my best option here is to try and figure out what the deal is with KrugerServices.de. So,
gathering module initiated.
So in scan KrugerServices.de. And no reason I can't do an ASS fuzzer on that too. So services.de times 60.
Information gathering module initiated.
Okay, so we found it all through Google. Now again, the game's already told me that it's unlikely I'm going to find any weaknesses inside of it, but let's see what we can find. So infiltrate the network of any third party involved with his house and location. So yeah, this is the only thing we've got to go with. So fingerprints, services.de. In the meantime, I'm going to open up another vhost. And what I'm going to do here is OSINT scan on 139.36.222.199. We'll just use Google for this one, and we'll do a 2000 depth. They're still working on that one. So fingerprints, mail. Again, I'm not expecting a whole lot out of this, but we'll see what we can find. Looks like mail and blog are both that we found through the S-fuzzers, so unless we find something new. Okay, so again, same deal. Finally, blog, Kruger Services. And apparently there's nothing related to that IP, so we're okay there. I feel like it's more informative to take this. Okay, so everything's up to date. That's not at all surprising. I don't think we have anything...
Forensics initiated.
Yeah, so we can't really search for him on his own. We need to find him in relation to something else. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to try and get in using the good old-fashioned set module. So spearfishing. We'll start by building a database. Let's start with an email crawler, and in this case we'll do Kruger service. You know, mail should probably make more sense. Okay, then. Ah, okay, good to know. Okay. Let's see if we can figure out what kind of emails these guys are going to respond to. Actually doesn't really tell me that much at all. See if there's a real world email address associated with this. So I don't have my monitor up right now, but I'm going to www.krugerservices.de. Let me just make sure I spelled that right. KRUGERSERVICES. Yeah. Okay, so they didn't make a website for that. Good question, Woban. Presumably just so I do not yell at the game any more than I already am. Okay, so we don't really know that much about what these guys are up to. Online hospitality. Oh, yeah. Okay. That actually is helpful then. Okay, so file format. So create a payload. The payload will give you various levels of access to the target computer. Payloads will usually operate in the scope of the RAM and will give you a short window of opportunity before it's destroyed. So reverse shell VPN is the only option that we have. And craft an email template. This may not have been the right attack, but we'll see. The catch here is that our database is pretty aha! Oh, damn it. Got him.
Turbine C2 registry initiated. Connection completed.
Okay. Scan and infiltrate their internal corporate database. So now we'll use the WMI scanner just to see what's going on.
Initiated.
Okay. Aha. This is a little harder for me to figure out, but
Information gathering module initiated.
So the thing I'm not sure about, so I know I found a simple ERP.
We have partnerships with some ERP companies. And by us, I mean the DoD, NSA, CIA, and the like. In some cases, they set up vulnerabilities that let us access critical resources. These zero-day exploits can only be used under special circumstances. I've uploaded the Assassin rootkit designed specifically to target databases in this ERP. Execute a Fox Acid attack using the new rootkit, and let's see what's in there.
Oh, okay, well.
Fox Acid server connection initiated.
So the ERP needs a TCP IP, so we're getting this information from the search exploit, custom SOAP request, and in this case we use the Assassin rootkit. So target URL, and away we go.
Fox Acid attack launched. X key score forensics initiated.
Congratulations, Agent. You have unlocked a new set of X-Keyscore entities. You now have access to new data that will help you with your investigation. You should see what you can find by cross-referencing entities and run pattern analysis. Okay. So, now I'm going to regret closing all that evidence. So if I wanted, I can actually save stuff inside the case file. Actually, you know what? It's the smarter thing for me to do, just to go to another desktop, data forensic, local hosts, home data, nope, it's 19.4, documents, Dark Sentinel, briefing files, and in this case, I want the property just because I want to find these individuals, and maybe the strike report. Actually, I don't think the business card has a name. No. Okay, so Marcel Muller, and that's it.
X key score forensics initiated.
So I definitely want to see what's going on with Dan Friedel. But we don't really have any other indicators in terms of other people. So at this point I'm just going to throw whatever I can against the wall and see whatever financial transactions are going on. Dan Friedel rental agreement. Oh. Congratulations, Agent. You unlocked a new set of X-Keyscore entities. You'll now have access to new data that will help you in your investigation. You should see what you can find by cross-referencing entities and run pattern analysis. So, John Schaffer. Hi, Dan. Welcome to Kruger Services Company. We are excited to bring you into the community today, and this document will help speed that process along. You are set to list your house at Lindley 1814050 Berlin, Germany, on our service as soon as you are approved. You have completed your full host listing checklist, and we've received your submission. To ensure your property is up to our standards, we have sent your submission to our host community specialists who will look over your property. You can expect an approval, fingers crossed, from us in 48 hours or less. By signing below, you acknowledge that you have the right to rent this property out to business clients only, and that you are not violating any municipal, state, or federal laws with the rental. Before we continue, we need to do a final review of the listing conditions you are planning to post with us. You've indicated your entire house is up for rent on all dates available, starting immediately and continuing indefinitely. By signing below, you acknowledge that your property at the address listed above will be immediately available under these conditions should you be approved by our host community specialists. We wish you all the best with your listing and hope that your property will be popular. However, by signing below, you acknowledge that Kruger Services will feature your listing on our site, but we will not market nor in any way highlight your listing, and that you are solely responsible for maintaining your listing, including but not limited to the property description, amenities checklist, and property photos. Your peace of mind is priceless, and so we guarantee all our eligible properties at no additional cost to you. We want to make sure that your place is safe and secure in our hands. By signing below, you acknowledge that Kruger Services has the right to refuse your host guarantee if your property does not meet our eligibility requirements. Welcome to the community. All right.
X-Keyscore forensics initiated.
So John Schaffer is obviously our next most likely. Okay.
By the look of this, John Schaefer manages more than Dr. Ripper's house. Not sure if he's a simple broker, but then again, it wouldn't surprise me if Dr. Ripper wasn't the lone wolf we thought he was. Could you run a background check against Schaefer and the other houses he managed?
Okay, so we've got a few here. Sophie Atchen, John Pfaff, Martin Brandt, Michelle Fleider, and we already know about Dan.
X-Keyscore forensics initiated.
Actually, before I'll just add that to the case file to make it a little easier. Oh, it goes away. Damn it.
Initiated.
Okay, Sophie's first.
Key score forensics initiated.
Sophie Achen's house was listed on August 2017. I don't see anything else here.
Nope. Stop that. All right. What does Jan have to
Key
hide?
score forensics initiated.
A house in Bridingen on the market since June this year. Supposed to be a nice area. I had a friend who went to school in Ulm. She always posted the nicest photos of rolling green hills. But nothing really stands out here. Let's keep digging.
Do I get the editorial with like everything I find? Martin, then Michelle.
X key score forensics initiated.
$2017. I don't see anything suspicious here. This one's in Havoc spec from a couple of months ago, but I don't see anything special here.
Okay, so apparently it's a dead end, but it's one that ends on with the completion. So investigate German intelligence documents provided in your local host and find more information on the house. So this will not be I'm done for tonight. I'm sorry, but we're 2 hours over. I figure that more than pays everyone back for the epic ranting. Yeah, and there's not much of an indication in terms of what else is going on. But for those of you wondering about this is Night Team 4. This is by a Canadian studio called Allison Smith. This is definitely a really interesting kind of game, and it was... I actually feel really bad now because the Black Watchman really seems like something that I would have enjoyed, and I don't know why I didn't pick it up. And I obviously just completely missed this, despite the fact it is very much a game I have been wanting to play for a long time. For those of you who weren't here at the very beginning, I've ever since I played a game called Uplink, I've really wanted to play a hacking game that...
Highline Network Online, Channel 0093. Secure uplink initiated.
I really wanted to play a game...
OS now active.
A hacking game that was somewhere between like full on you're just at a Unix terminal, and if you don't understand low level operations in a processor, you might as well not even look at the screen, and Hollywood. Uplink I thought did a good job of that because it took place in the future. A lot of stuff was abstracted away, but it was interesting enough. It was an interesting enough puzzle to sort of poke around with it. The real thing that sold me on this is the fact that it directs you to real life resources that talk a bit more about the methods behind this. And this is the sort of stuff that I eat up. I mean, it's worth remembering that my very first gaming experiences that I can remember are like sneaking out of bed to play a Civilization game and eventually becoming so interested in these concepts that came up that, I'd check the Civilopedia and learn what a hoplite was and learn what what was Chichen Itza? Like, why is that a wonder? Why does that count as a wonder? So, I really like it when and this is true today. Like, I like the fact that Crusader Kings 2 directs you to Wikipedia entries of the lords that you play, or that Europa Universalis 4 has prompted me to do a little bit of a deeper dive into some of the history that I thought I knew, but really only had a surface level understanding of. So this game, while being a very different kind of game, and definitely one that I think had, again, as far as that the hacking game ideal is concerned, like I'm definitely interested enough in that, but I'm realizing there's a lot more to it here. Like it's a fun little story. It's a fun little ride to go on, in addition to sort of giving you this. It does a really good job of sort of presenting the fantasy of being a bit more of a sophisticated computer user than you really are, which is where I think a lot of hacking games sort of miss out. Like the hacking in System Shock and the Sega Genesis Shadowrun game, it's really cool because it's abstracted out and it's very much in the Hollywood spirit, but it's under no illusions that it's doing that. You actually might be able to include the Shadowrun hacking inside of that as well. But then it's also really fun to play uplink things, and I was hoping for maybe a little bit more of a more down-to-earth or maybe a little bit more complicated uplink, and I feel like Night Team 4 has given me that. But obviously there is so much more to it, and the real life links are just the icing on the cake. Woben D Wonderdog says, you think you'll like the Black Watchman is so much more social engineering than direct hacking like this. Yeah, well, I mean, I also think the theme of the Black Watchman really is more about the human side of things. Again, I know very little about it, but this was fun. Again, under most circumstances, I would not have picked up a key like this. It's like quite literally the only reason I saw the key offer was because I talked with Johnny Big Time about how this key mailer service we have had really gone downhill, because they basically said something to the effect of like, hey, do you like these free games? And I'm like, well, they're not free games. Like, obviously, if I worked 6 hours, I would have been able to not just afford Night Team 4, but I would have been able to afford the DLC to like build my own level too. So, I don't really like it when these key services say that the perk is, you're a streamer, so you get free games. No, it should be, you're getting this key because you intend to cover this properly and try and connect people with a game that they'll find really interesting. So the Canadian connection is a huge selling point to me. The fact that there aren't a lot of games like this is also a big appeal to me, and I'm really looking forward to doing some more game for this. Have you seen the 80s ad for Shadowrun? I have not, Woben. Do you have a link for that right away? Because I'm going to be trying to find somebody to host tonight. But let me get guys, do please let me know if you're interested in seeing more of this game. I feel like I'll probably stream it one way or the other, but if it's not a high demand game for people, I can definitely do it as maybe like a VOD or do it something sort of like on the weekend or something like that. If you want to check out more about it, I will definitely recommend following on Twitter at NightTeam4. That's the number 4, NITETEAM 4. If you want to follow the developers, at Alice and Smith, ALICEANDSMITH. This is a really interesting game, and I'm really glad that I did this tonight. So, all right, thank you, Woben. I'm gonna check that out when I'm done streaming, but that'll just be in a moment. So, Twitch.tv, tell me who's streaming. There's a lot of people on tonight. You know what? Outworld is playing Assassin's Creed Rogue, and Outworld's a lot of fun to watch. He was doing Domina the last time we saw him. He's a partnered streamer. Assassin's Creed Rogue looks like a really interesting one. I've not played it myself, so I hope you guys have a good time with him. He's also got an Australian accent, which I know is very attractive to some viewers. As for me, I'm going to be back at the very latest on Monday. Please keep in mind that Wednesday there will not be a Cultist Simulator episode because it is the third Wednesday of the month, which means I'm going to be at Dirty Rectangles to just mess around and say hello to everybody in the Ottawa indie game dev scene. As long as they're able to have me kicking around and bugging them, I'm happy to attend. And then we'll be back next week. I don't know if it'll be Darkest Dungeon or more of this or some of the other games, but this was a lot of fun. So I hope you all treat Outworld well. Say hi to him for me, because I'm probably going to be going to bed pretty soon. But as always, it's been a pleasure, and I hope you have a good time whenever you're going. And I think Be Silverhound, if you're still around, thank you for hanging out with the stream. It is always very difficult to have conflicting opinions not result in somebody announcing that they're quitting the stream forever. So if you're still kicking around listening to it, I thank you for that, because most of the time it doesn't end that way. And so credit where credit is due on that. Have a good night, everybody, and we will see you next time.